I was feeling the same.
Must be outdoors to use this token. You can use an action to touch it to an unoccupied space on the ground. The token disappears, and in its place, a non-magical oak tree springs into existence. The tree is 60 feet tall and has a 5-foot diameter trunk, and its branches at the top spread out in a 20-foot radius. I have a tree bomb.
Mhm.
Who
I
is
don't know how
Qual?
you're going to hit anything with it, but it's cool.
Who is Qual? If it's their feather inkwell, who is Qual?
I don't like asking people to roll for checks that I can't answer, so you don't know.
Okay.
While you are attuned to the pipes, ordinary rats and giant rats are indifferent towards you and will not attack you unless you threaten or harm them. All right, Adrian's going out first.
Call forth one swarm of rats.
I love how mice can still attack him.
Mhm.
Move toward the music by the shortest available route, and because you're attuned to the pipes, they're not hostile to you, but they are hostile to the rest of the fucking party.
That is correct.
Sure is a good way to make a combat harder.
Oh my god, half a mile of you. That's actually a huge fucking radius.
Mhm.
If there aren't enough rats to form a swarm, the charge is wasted.
I appreciate that the handout tells us what the DC is for a check and the result of the check, pass or fail. Despite us not having made such a check on the whistle, brilliant, good to know.
Does make my life easier.
In this particular case, though, the result of the check really fucking doesn't matter.
Holy shit. So the target can be affected through up to 10 feet of soft earth or similar material. And if it is, it takes 1 minute to claw its way to the surface. That is savagely fast clawing.
True.
10 feet is me standing on top of half of me. More, actually. How does math work?
Okay, so once every 7 days, you can control. I don't actually know what Animate Dead does explicitly other than the name. Essentially, I'm assuming you can control an undead creature or a lesser undead creature. Something like that.
You can
Yep.
look it up in the spell compendium thing and with the information button.
Okay.
It helps me justify the amount of money spent on it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Animate Dead's a good spell. Quite powerful. Something no one would have spec'd into otherwise. Given that it comes from class lists that are not applicable to this party.
3rd level necromancy.
Yeah.
Shit.
Corpse or pile of bones within range. Raises it as a skeleton or zombie. You can command each turn. Lasts for a day.
But once every 24 hours, you can blow the whistle to reassert control over the
Yep.
creature.
So essentially, you can have one permanent undead minion by blowing this whistle every day?
2.
Yeah.
2?
Yep. So on the first day you get your first, on the second day you get your second, and then at the end of each day you whistle to keep control of.
It can't do so again until 7 days have passed, unfortunately. So it would only
On
be
day
one.
1, day 8, you raise your 2
Oh,
cunts,
okay.
and you can keep control of a maximum of 2.
Yep. Shrock the Necromancer. Here we go.
Necro and Ratmancer.
Bareback.
How does attunement work, GM?
You can spend a part of a long rest, I think it's an hour of a long rest, attuning to an item.
Okay, so on this current long rest we're taking, I took 1 hour to identify this item. So we still have 7, and 6 of that should be for resting. So I still have 1 more hour to tune.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay. That's what I do.
Still confirming that that's the exact way it works, but regardless, that's now how it works for the moment. The exact language is to spend a short rest doing so, but given you get 2 hours of activity time in a long rest, makes sense to me.
Probably I'd say, choose to do that instead of taking watch, personally, not being the DM.
That is the exact language that I used before you joined.
Wow, imagine that.
Wow.
Imagine before I joined.
Additionally, I was just running through, I've changed the way in which the game records mapping.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Instead of your character's vision being updated as you move your token around, it will only update when you drop your token onto the field.
Ah, fair enough.
And-
no more map hacks.
Yep, and at the same time, I've enabled Explorer mode so that previous areas you've explored are visible to you.
Okay, cool. Nick, did you say before that you had 5 rations?
I think Nick did say he was going, be right back.
What a fucking cunt.
But if I quickly change the layer we're looking at, I think you should be able to see most of the map here.
Can't see shit.
It's all black?
All black.
Okay. Guess you had to be there. Can't. But otherwise, the loading was good.
Yeah. Pretty standard. Not a lot happened, Stood in the botanical gardens in a pavilion for an hour during a ceremony. Cold wind, no rain. Got in the car, drove to a nice cafe restaurant thing in South Yarra, and had like a 3-course meal over the course of like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, fairly
Nice.
standard.
And of course, I knew a couple people there, so it's always awkward when you're invited to a wedding and you know literally nobody except the bride and groom, because you sure aren't going to talk to them because they're busy. Like aside from like a few words here and there.
I remember Nick and Rachel's wedding.
Oh, but no, it was good. Caught up with Got with some people I knew from a while ago, and yeah, that's about it.
Good stuff.
I can't add Nightcaller to my inventory.
John was the one going through the identification cycle for Nightcrawler, so I would suggest you let him decide on whether he gives it to you or not. For the pan flute that ended up being the pipes of the sewers, I believe you're the one identifying it, so that makes sense that it goes to you. Nick was identifying the inkwell, so that's currently in his possession, and then Jordo was identifying the greatsword that is near identical to the one he already had.
Okay, but I can't search for the Nightcaller in the compendium.
Correct?
Huh.
It's one of those items where you're going to have to record it yourself. Apologies for the effort it takes to copy and paste it.
How many bonus action do we have per turn?
1. You get 1 action, 1 bonus action, 1 movement, and 1 reaction per turn.
Can you explain that part for me, please? Oh, so it's just the charges of the flute. Okay.
So playing it consumes both your action and your bonus action. So your action is to play it. While you're playing it, you can use your bonus action to interact with the charges in its charge system.
What it lets you do is play with it as just an item and not the magical rat summoning side of it.
Huh.
I'm up to episode 21 of Critical Role.
How are you
Scooter?
enjoying it?
Yeah, no, I got into it. I figured it would be the kind of thing I'd get into. I just had to keep brute forcing it until I got there.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's a while ago now. We've been talking about it for a while.
Yep. At 4 hours an episode, that sure is 84 hours of entertainment you've consumed.
Yeah, I just watch it while I'm working. I like
I
passively
sure
watch
do
it.
too. Unless I'm trying to focus too hard on work, it's kind of what's on the background.
Pretty much.
Yep. You're
Speaking
3
of,
episodes behind, at which point we'll pretty much be watching it parallel.
Yeah. Trying to catch up.
I understand.
Can always watch back content if I want more, but It's more relevant if we can talk about the thing that's just happened.
Definitely more enjoyable. Okay, so John's back, Nick's there, Adrian's there, Jordo's there. So,
Nah, I'm gone.
oh, good night, Jordo. Let's see, Telescus.
Is Nick there? I don't think I've heard him for a while.
Nick, is that a vintage or is that like the fuck?
Oh, I don't know.
Like Talisker is an amazing, amazing scotch. I absolutely fucking love it. It's one of my all-time favorites.
Really nice. The guy who was staying with us bought it as a thank you for having him gift.
Nice.
I just commonly they would say the vintage or the variant, for lack of a better word.
I think
it is.
Sky is the variant.
No. Oh, is it?
Yeah, aren't they normally just Talisker?
You might actually be right.
Imagine.
It happens more than you think.
Yeah. I think in this situation you're right, and I was unaware that they had relabeled Talisker Sky. But yeah, Sky is the variant. I tried to get a bottle of Talisker, but it's kind of frustrating to get in Singapore compared to like not having a Dan Murphy's, not having a big drinking culture, having like a variety of scotch is really hard. Most of the nice scotches are like $3,000 a bottle because Singaporeans are rich. So having that kind of good $80 to $150 range doesn't exist here. Anyway, the party has completed its rest. Spent some time doing various activities, revealed a number of items. John, while you were away, I was revealing to the group that of the 4 items the party was examining, 3 of them do appear to be magical.
Oh.
The pan flute was an item that went by the name of Pipes of Sewers that Shrock has with him. The item being identified by Garum, which was the Quill's Feather Ink Well, in the shape of a tree.
Yep.
And the last one that was magical was the item that you were identifying, Dragon-esque Whistle, which is the Nightcaller, which I think is on your screen at the moment still, hopefully.
Yep. It was until I got rid of it, but yep, the silver kind of. Yep.
Yep. So whether you hold on to it, whether you give it to another party member is up to you.
I
Oh,
for
well,
sure
I
would
give it
love
back
the
to-
shit out of that one. And I can give you the magic tree in a box.
No, I was going to give the whistle back to Shrock. I mean, it's a musical instrument.
If Garen wants
Do
it.
we know what it does, or is that? But it's just magical.
Oh, we do. Scroll down.
Oh, I only see the pipes as an action.
You should have 3 pop-ups. If you go instead to the second icon in the like sidebar under the section called Loots, Nightcaller should now be there permanently revealed for you to reference back to at your leisure.
So icons on the left.
The one that
On the
looks like a newspaper icon in the top right of.
Oh, top right.
Journal. Anytime I reveal something to you guys, it then moves it from my journal into everyone's journal. And I've just tagged that area called Loots, as it seemed to be the best way I could categorize the
cool.
things that I've shown to people up until this point, because well, there's a lot of bullshit on my end.
I've been there. There is.
For lack of a better description, there's a lot of bullshit on the back end.
Yeah. So, John, let me summarize. The dragon whistle, nothing to do with dragons. It lets you raise the dead as a little minion.
Huh.
In a similar fashion to what you saw of the two undead who were tending to the garden with shovels.
Where did we find the whistle?
So, upon the first layer you guys were interacting with, there was a small room that had 5 sarcophagi and a pedestal, or a, what would you call a pedestal that's wide?
Plinth.
Wide pedestal.
Wide
Podium.
pedestal.
A podium.
Podium. Sure. It had a number of things on it, from a bottle with a mysterious liquid, a whistle, as well as a candle that wouldn't stop emitting light even when shoved down the throat of a fountain.
Sure. This mysterious fluid potion, who has that?
I do.
Alright.
Or
Do we
I
know
have-
Here
what-
to drink it. Good question. Shrok,
Sorry.
do you still have the extra fire breathing potion, or have you used that already?
Used it.
Rip.
Trock,
Oh,
you drank
wait.
directly from the fountain,
No.
but you still have the flask of it.
Yep, sorry.
Perfect.
Do you want it?
Nope, just checking you still had it or not, or you used it in the previous combat, because that shit's OP right now.
So hot right now.
Literally.
So just to confirm, we haven't identified the amulet yet, and we haven't identified the red clear flask of liquid from the skeleton room, which I'm currently carrying.
Well, if you want to carry it, just remember it next long rest for an identification.
Yep.
All right. Has everyone completed the necessary steps of their long rest and ready to continue?
Yes,
Yeah.
I was going to ask, I think it was Nick.
Hi.
You said you had 5 rations?
No, I wouldn't have said that because I've got a lot more than that. I've got, after having consumed that one, I've got 8.
Could I purchase some off of you? I am currently fresh out.
Absolutely not.
Where'd your
You
rations
did. I
go?
will give you some.
Sure.
Where did your rations go?
I started the game with 3 with a priest's pack, and
Oh,
that's just life. I ate all 3, so
fair
that's
enough.
me.
Nice.
I don't know why I only started with 3, but I think that's probably correct, and
Mhm.
there we are.
Can I ask the DM to be a kind of merciful god and say you would have purchased more when you were in town for the Great Resurrecting?
I mean,
Of course you can ask. The
And
answer remains no.
Aw.
I very
Oh.
much highlighted all the stores that were available in town when everyone got resurrected, and they immediately went back to the...
yeah, but we sure are. We're noobs, and also that was like the first combat. Like we were just like, can we
Yeah,
just...
And that was the section that I was unfortunately away and couldn't
Yeah.
have been like, hey, don't forget to buy something to eat.
Yeah, like we don't know the things to do. But anyway, it's totally fine. If I could borrow like 2
yeah, I'll
of yours, that'll be
give
totally
you-
fine.
Give you 3 rations. I'm
Sure,
assuming
that's fine.
one of those will have been eaten last night.
No,
Actually,
I
you weren't-
used my last one last night, so now I have 0, but I don't need one
Right.
until next night, right?
In other words, in 4 hours Of-
Pretty much.
in game time.
Yeah, pretty much. My point is, I just need one in order to stay exhausted
yeah.
for the next rest, and presumably we're going to be down here for like 2 more nights, and then we'll get out.
If
Presumably.
you decide to feel exhausted, make sure you get all the way exhausted so you just die.
I'm
It's
taking
easier.
3 javelins.
Yeah, I will delete them off my thing.
Thank you.
Jordan, do you want some javelins as well? I think you've
Sure.
been javelin happy. Take 3, and then I'm done with them.
Yep, sure done.
Lovely.
I have left a couple in out of reach places.
Ah,
All right.
Ah,
The other question I have is who is currently holding the bag of holding?
I am.
Perfect.
Fine with that.
In the
So-
morning, does it look better?
Mm-hmm. Again, as you have let it rest overnight in its correct form, you are able to again see the things that you know to be in there.
Right. And Yastral said that she emptied it out before she gave it to us.
Correct, because she didn't want
Ah.
to dirty the bag she gave you.
Okay.
And as far as you can tell whether she was telling the truth or not, she was terrified whatever she was saying.
Because Jordo, she gave me the magic bag. It's basically the TARDIS of bags.
I know what a bag of holding is, yeah.
Lovely. I put a torch in it, and then could no longer find my torch in it.
Yeah, I heard the exchange. You turned it inside out and tried to break the universe.
Yeah, right. So I thought it was going to be a cursed bag of holding, which basically, as far as I'm aware, just eats everything that goes in it. So I was gonna try to tell her with as many intimidation rolls as needed, get in the bag.
Nick's first interaction, I'll remind the party, with the kobolds was quietly telling the party in front of Meepo, we're going to kill them still, right?
Oh yeah.
Just kill the goblins first.
yes, I remember
Also
this.
really tempted because when I was like, "Hey, we found your dragon, reward please," and she was like not forthcoming at all, I was really, really fucking tempted to say, "We want Meepo."
Oh, what fucking reason?
What?
What fucking good would a retarded kobold be?
I don't want to like make the beds in the morning.
You think he's capable of that? Doubt he's capable of finding his own asshole.
He'll learn. By the time Shrock's done with his asshole, he'll learn.
He'll be all asshole.
Turn him inside out like a bag of holding. All right, moving on.
Okay. So
So
I will take the lead and suggest that the party is going to return back into the lower levels.
yes, but do we want to work out definitively who's got which of these items?
I will also call out to both Adrian and John. Don't forget that during a long rest, you can choose the list of spells you prepare. Is that true for bards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, is it? I think bards.
It's
Yeah,
definitely
I was
true
looking
for
it up.
druids in case there was something you wanted to swap around prepared spells. If I talk slow enough, I'll be able to finish scrolling down, at which point I'll be able to see that bards know spells. So whatever you've selected as known is known, as opposed to for druids, which is prepared. And I believe the actual prepared list within the party is the druid and the paladin prepare spells, the bard and sorcerer know spells.
Are we doing the whole components, like physical components thing? Because Bless requires a sprinkling of holy water, which I don't technically have in my backpack.
There is 2 ways of meeting the requirements. There's 3 ways of meeting the material requirements of a spell. You either have the explicit material, or you can use either an arcane focus, such as a holy symbol,
I do have that.
or a what's the other thing? A
pouch.
material pouch in place of anything that does not have a value associated with it.
Okay, I have the holy symbol. Are we going to say I can use bless?
Yes,
Yeah,
a holy
yeah,
symbol can be used in place of the material component. However, remember the symbol has to be handled in some capacity.
Yeah. So what does it say for
Yeah.
bless? What do you need?
It says components VSM, a sprinkling of holy water.
Right. So if it said a sprinkling of holy water brackets 4 gold,
Yeah.
then you would have to have 4 gold worth of
specific.
that material. If it doesn't
Okay.
specify the value, it's hand waved by the component pouch,
Sure.
whatever.
And I'm assuming we're handling the whole I'm assuming I don't need to explicitly attempt to hold the fucking holy symbol in my hand in order to do this because, like, I'm using a two-handed weapon and we'll assume it's, like, around my neck or something, so I can just, like, take one hand off my sword and use it. Right? That's how, Celesta handled it.
For paladins, it is something that I am not. Give me a second.
Celesta handled it very poorly. They specifically ruled that you had to have a hand free to cast the thing, and so you couldn't cast a spell and then two-hand chop someone. But
No, with two-handed weapons you could. Remember, I was a two-handed paladin and I was able to cast spells just fine, but when I swapped to sword and board, I was not able to cast spells.
That's
So,
right.
bear with me a second because it varies from spellcaster to spellcaster. Things like Nick as a sorcerer needs to have something that tends to be held in a hand, whether it's a component pouch or like an orb or something, and it tends to be the same with druids as well. I'm just looking up holy symbol to see if it to use a symbol in the way of a focus, the caster must hold it in a hand where it is visible or bear it on a shield.
Sure. But in terms of practicality here, I have a two-handed sword and I want to cast Bless. What are you going to make me do to be able to do that?
You cannot attack with a two-hand only weapon in the same turn you use your holy symbol. Otherwise, whatever.
Okay. So, sort of irrelevant unless the spell is a bonus action.
Correct. If the spell is a bonus action and the sword does not support a one-handed attack, then you cannot do both.
Oops, I get on that.
I do not have any fucking bonus action spells, so this is irrelevant.
Yep.
Almost all the smite spells are bonus.
Yeah,
believe.
but
does
like, I
the
don't need a
spell-
holy symbol for that. I
Yeah.
use a sword to the face for that, so this is fine.
Smite doesn't require material components, does it?
Unless
No.
the material is the sword going through the opponent's face, no.
I don't think it needs VSM
Correct.
at all. It's
No.
a feature, not a
Correct.
spell.
No, but
The
It just
other
consumes
smites,
spell slots in the process.
Sorry, no,
Correct.
I'm talking about like blinding smite.
yes, the other ones that I need to essentially prepare are verbal only. So that's fine too. Like Searing Smite, Thunderous Smite, Wrathful Smite, etc., etc. Those are verbal only. It's fine. So it'll never come up. Wait. No, it'll never come up. This is fine. Let's move on.
There sure might be a chance, but that is exactly how it's handled. John, what you've stumbled upon is a recently new addition to D&D, but yes, in essence, instead of transforming into a beast, you can find a druid familiar. But
Yeah, I accidentally click on that one.
yeah, the actual language of it is different from the wizard version of it. So if you have a look at the Tasha's Cauldron to Everything about the Find Familiar for druids, it's almost the same, except the creature that you use, instead of using a spell slot, uses your beast transformation wild shape. And it has a very limited duration comparatively, where Find Familiar is just until it dies.
Yep.
Okay. Running all the way back, the spellcasting focus for druids tends to either be, a lot of the time, pretty much their quarterstaff ends up being their druidic focus, or a materials pouch. For bards, it's pretty much any form of fucking musical instrument can be used as a spellcasting focus. I will try and enforce it. I won't be the most diligent, just something I'd rather people self-police, but if I notice it, I'll call it out and hopefully try not to be in a point where it needs to be retconned.
I don't think I actually have a arcane focus. I don't know that I necessarily need one.
Again, I didn't want to police anything.
Yes. I can add one.
You
and
have a component pouch, and I've not been
Oh.
in a position where you haven't had a hand free because you're
Right.
not equipping a shield.
No.
So, like,
Right.
component pouch is the equivalency of an arcane focus. So I'm fine.
Hooray.
Commonly, the actions that it would take would be dodge, disengage, dash, or help.
What does help do?
Yeah, they're not a combat thing. They're just a
Okay, cool.
thing.
Yep,
but the really nice thing about it is you can keep a rat or a spider or whatever the fuck you want handy to be able
And
to
that
do
can
the
do the
scouting
scouting.
without, exhausting the full charge for going under a door and coming back up.
Yeah, and going, hey, by the way, there's sure.
They're
Yeah.
incredibly good scouts.
Yep.
Like an owl flying around at night,
Mhm.
scouting for you. Really hard to see.
Yep. And they're considered like not necessarily the creature themselves, but instead a spirit. So if they die, you can literally summon the exact same creature back as a spirit again, and it is the same creature.
Sure. And then
So
there's
if
no
you
actual
want-
risk to myself or my being.
If you like the role play aspect of having the familiar, this was a big problem previously with Rangers up until about 2 years ago, where you would spend all this effort to have a companion, and if they died, fuck you, cunt. They're dead. They don't even get a death save. They hit 0, fuck you, cunt.
Oh,
So as the party completes their long rest, they finish preparing what they want to do for the day. Shrock casually just playing whatever instrument kind of takes him in the moment. Garum plotting how he's going to troll the rest of the party. Leon in a corner praying to his patron. Callison, imagine what it would be like to be a car. I don't know. Callison, what are you up to?
I was wondering what you would come up with.
Can you show Jordo my my motor oil stain?
So do you remember in the session Nick wasn't here that...
Yes.
Yep, perfect. I knew you would. It was a nice session.
The best. I missed that session.
Me too.
Wow.
Callison transformed into a spider, did some exploration. He
sure
found
did.
the dragon that people were looking for and didn't tell the rest of the party.
He sure didn't.
What a cunt.
That dragon has now obviously been rescued, but Nick decided to lean into the dragon's fucking cars idea and had put an oil spill in the room to represent the leaking semen coming out of whichever was the female.
Surprised.
For added context, John turned back into a spider, went under the door, and then was, in big air quotes, talking to the dragon for like 20 minutes.
Have you seen the dragon? It doesn't need help escaping. Like, it could have just bashed down the door if it wanted to. Anyway.
Oh yeah, being a white dragon, it could have just burrowed through the floor. It just had its treasure. It was chill.
Anyway.
Can I, real talk, Can I roll something for background knowledge about white dragons?
Yes, you may. If you would like to roll a history check.
Okay.
Ooh.
So,
They're telling me about this white dragon they've found, and that the wormling that the kobolds have been talking about is indeed actually a white dragon wormling. And what do I know with a roll of 14 about white dragons specifically?
you know that white dragons, comparatively to their compatriots, are crueler. They are more animalistic. So, of all of the colors in which dragons present, they tend to be the most beast-like. And they would normally be very alone. They tend not to like the presence of other dragons. And when it comes to the process of finding a mate, like Americans, they will only preference whites.
Wow.
Don't like that one. Fair. Okay. I feel like with my background, I would probably be, with this news, be now plotting a way that I could kill this dragon. Not in a stupidly reckless run in and try and stab it and get eaten style, but I wonder if I could engineer this dragon's death. Because it is a cruel dragon, and I would consider it as an evil thing that needs to die for the world to progress.
Within the context of those motivations being put forward, I would say that this specific type of dragon is not only evil, as many dragons are, that they are untrustworthy. And that is part of what you dislike about white dragons in particular, is that they tend to do things that are evil not as a means to an end, but as a means to amusement.
All right, that's all I wanted to accomplish with that.
Oh. Outside of that, I believe that the party is looking to continue underground.
Sure.
Perfect. I'm happy to present the map. I think a few people may need to scroll slightly down to see where the current position is, as I forget the hotkey to snap everyone's position to where everything is.
Did anyone mind if I took the dragon whistle, the undead thing?
Seems to be a better fit for you yourself as a kind of warlocky character. Someone just scribbled all over Jordan.
Jordan did, trying to select Jordan.
Yes, you may take the whistle.
Yay! And in exchange, I'll give you the tree bomb.
I don't want the tree. Sure.
Well, you're a druid.
Can I plant it here? I'm going to plant it here.
No, you have to be outside, actually.
Would I consider this fucking necromancer whistle to be an evil object?
Uh-oh.
Do you think?
So
The paladin's getting fucky.
yeah. I
I'll
I
leave it
know
up to the
what
DM.
like, this is very much Jordo's experience with D&D. Items aren't inherently motivated. It tends to be within a D&D context that items can be occupied by spirits that have motivations.
Okay.
You have no idea whether this item is inherited by something or not, and it is up to you to decide whether your character would inherently believe this item to be evil. At this stage, though, for the purpose of roleplay, you only know that this is a whistle.
Oh.
And obviously, the morality of whether raising the remains of something that is dead to serve you isn't necessarily an act of evil in like the literal sense. So it's up to your interpretation of whether skeletons are inherently evil or if the people that control skeletons are usually evil.
Oh.
Shrock, you're trying to do something?
Trying to change my cantrip.
No problem. I'll ignore whatever's just popped up in chat. So
That's
the
fine.
party is able to climb down successfully using the same vines that were there before. They continue to kind of serve as an almost rope system between the two layers. The fungus that clings to the walls and ceilings of these caverns continue to provide a violet glow through to this room and the rooms to the north. This stage,
Well.
the party is free to proceed how they proceed.
Lead on. I haven't been here before, so show me around. Where are we going, guys? Did we check for footsteps for the people we're supposed to be tracking? They did lead to the hole upstairs. Also, did we end up looting the chest at the top of the shaft? We never actually did that while I was around.
It was full of gold.
Cool. All right.
And
He almost got poisoned or something.
it was trapped.
Okay. Well,
Um,
do we know where we're going? Have we tracked any sight of them?
So north was the rat and the bugbear, and after killing those, some skeletons and a couple of tree twig spirit things spawned behind us.
Did you?
So we
Why
have
did
not-
you pick north? Why did you pick up that way? Any particular reason?
because it was already
or-
busted open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other
Okay.
doors.
All right. Have we already checked for footsteps in this room?
I did, but I can't tell anything from them. You may
And
have a better idea.
From what Scott said before, the ground is fairly hard packed, and prints are super hard to define in the dirt.
Fair enough. And the two doors I can see here, have we assessed them?
No, when we first came down, there was a rat up here.
Mm.
So that basically triggered us to go fight that, and then it turned into a whole thing.
Yeah. Okay. So we haven't really looked around then.
Yeah.
Okay.
How is Callison handling? In this room, it's full of glowing mushrooms, but once we leave this room,
What's up?
Callison might have trouble seeing things. How do we
I
want to
have a
handle that?
torch.
We give him. Didn't you already gave him one of those ever glowing
Yeah,
torches
we did.
from in the room with the sarcophagus and the dragon priest? So
I sure did.
I don't remember things. I just have good ideas at the time.
sure.
I still have normal torches. I'm going to continue using those.
I
Oh.
just presume he's using a torch at all times.
Yeah.
Unless stated
Everburning
otherwise.
torch doesn't produce heat or smoke, but it does produce an equal lighting, but it's green.
Thank you. I shall
Also-
use the information moving forward.
So which way, guys?
I think let's continue up north because we've already started there, and I just want the satisfaction of kind of knocking that one out of the park.
Onwards, fellow
Mm.
compatriots.
Now, given how things went last time, I'm going to burn a spell to activate Mage Armor. That'll last 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That's that done. And then I will use my sorcery points to get back my spell slot. So I'm at mostly full thrust.
How many sorcery points did you have and do you have now?
2, 0.
Understood.
Do you like our corpse pile?
Yes.
We were hiding them in the corner. I guess because they're corpses, they can take up less than 5 feet, but whatever. It's also funny that they're just like splayed out in a grid. So I think now might be an interesting time to pull Leon aside and say, how do you feel about machines?
Machines?
Unthinking creatures that simply do what they're told.
They're perfectly fine. Do you mean like farm equipment?
Potentially, yes.
I know of a miller who has a mechanical press to crush the grains. That seems good. Seems good, man.
Excellent. And following on from that, how do you feel about recycling?
In what sense?
Well, surely the accumulation of waste is not excellent for the world, and reusing what's available is better than not.
Sure, peasants should reuse their stuff, I think. I'll prefer to use new things, but sure.
Indeed. And if a farmer's horse should die, a new horse is not available, how then to get a new horse?
Oh, why would a horse not be available? Is the country in famine? I've not experienced such times.
Well, certain horse stock is of limited lineage. The big, what are they called? The Clydesdales
horses.
who pull
Draft horses.
draft horses who pull tree stumps from the ground. They cost significant amounts of money for farmers, and they're not always available. If a dead draft horse could be repaired.
Okay, you speak of necromancy.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far.
Well, that is pure by definition, that's what you're saying. I know of necromancers and they're evil. I wouldn't allow them anywhere near farmers. They'll corrupt the land and the food. Their intentions are always evil. Anybody who is a necromancer is definitely evil. I've not encountered one myself, but the church has spoken of them.
And what makes them evil?
Their intent, they kill so that they can reanimate, so that they can control. And then they use that army to further their own ends, which is usually, suffering.
If Brock was a necromancer, and this dead bugbear here was raised from the dead so that it could guard our belongings while we go through the dungeon and clear it out, would that be evil?
Not necessarily by definition, but if he was to do that, I would be standing behind him and keeping a close eye on him, and he could go first. I would not allow him at my back.
That works for me. I pull out the whistle and I wake up the bugbear.
Okay.
Yay!
Would you like to resurrect the buzz-bear as either a zombie or a skeleton?
Oh, definitely a skeleton.
Different skeleton?
Yeah.
Isn't zombie just better because it comes with regeneration?
I don't think so. Zombies? I don't think so.
Yeah, so zombies obviously when they hit 0 have to make a I think it's DC 10 check to see if they actually die or not.
Yeah,
But
true.
skeletons come with ranged attacks and better attacks.
Better attacks.
How
I'll
can
take
you
it.
be
They
a
come with
skeleton?
more
You still-
HP. They come with better like physical actions, but they die when they hit 0. Frankly,
All right. Well, I'll let Leon know if you have further problems with this. Not a problem. We can shut this one off. We can have a chat. This is the tool I use to make this happen, and I'll show him the whistle. And I have to blow this every day to maintain it.
How do you know about that? We found that in a crypt upstairs. Is that why you're here? Is that why you agreed to come to this mission? So you could collect necromancer artifacts?
No, but artifacts are certainly collectible. It's not why I'm here. This was found by Callison, and he gave it to me. It's of no use to him.
Yeah, it's very convenient. Very convenient.
If you wanted to make a an insight check,
Yeah, that's a fair point. All right. Good call.
and I'm not
Rip.
lying, so I'm not going to
Is he?
oppose that.
no. Oppose it because this is about whether he can determine if you're lying or not.
Yeah. And I cannot. Wouldn't it be a deception check, not a persuasion?
It
But
would
I'm
be,
not lying.
yeah. Persuasion's fun.
Fair.
If
Okay.
you're trying to convince someone of the truth, deception is convincing someone of a lie.
Ah, true. Yeah, no, fair enough. All right.
So he is able to convince you that he's telling the truth.
Fair enough. All right. And that I'll shrug and just be like, fair enough.
I'll go one further. I'll go one further, and I will take the whistle and I'll give it to you. If you are comfortable with this, give this back to me in the morning. I will blow the whistle to maintain my skelly cunt, and then you can maintain this.
Okay. Fair enough. You're just using it as a means to. If you're using it as a means to do a good thing, yeah, in rescuing the merchant.
Indeed.
That's what you're getting at here. You're trying to tell me that this undead creature is just a tool that could be used for good or evil. I pick up what you're laying down.
And frankly, Leon, we are going to leave quite bruised.
Yes, well, I've nearly died twice already. Well, no, I technically died once and came near from death once already down here.
Oh, well, thank you for continuing to talk. I technically died once and came.
That's called an asphyxie wank.
Scott, that one's for you in the chat, because my opinion as a player here won't matter as much as your opinion as a DM.
Which chat?
Law question: are raised beings considered evil themselves?
Oh, that
I-
is a.
I have
interesting
opinions, and I
question.
can summarize it really fast.
No, I don't want to hear your opinion on this.
Ah,
Raise beings are true neutral while under the command of those who raised them. When set free from that command, they will gravitate towards their nature as opposed to their nurture. If we'll talk to psychological terms, they act on behalf of someone as true neutral, or I would actually say lawful neutral, because they would consider the person who commands them as lawful. But when given free rein, they will revert to the state at which described within the monster manual or whatever manual in which they have derived from.
Sure.
At this point, Nick, feel free to issue a counterpoint if you have one.
oh no, Scott summarized it pretty well. There are some undead that are definitely evil, but that's because they are intelligent and they're also cunts.
Sure.
Have you heard of like liches?
Yeah.
They were evil before they were undead. They used undeath to basically avoid death. So to them, being evil isn't a part of being a lich. Being a lich is a part of their being evil.
Yeah.
I would probably contest that to some degree. The reason I would consider a lich evil is because they will disrupt anything in anyone else's life for their own personal benefit. In the sense that if them becoming a lich requires 100 people that they don't know to die, that is not a question that they need to ask themselves. They don't need to align to being evil to become a lich necessarily, but there is no way of being a lich without undertaking evil actions, without moral.
There's pretty much not a single lich that's not a psychopath.
Yeah, but the actual process of becoming a lich, and there is a situation later in this exact campaign where that can be explored further, where we can describe the more granular steps to it, but you can't get through the steps of becoming a lich without inherently taking on evil acts, and the reparation for that is probably greater than maintaining a lich status.
Yeah, like everything that I've ever seen about like the official steps to becoming a lich are super vague and not listed, but they're along the lines of sacrifice 100 babies every year for a decade. They do whatever you think is like super evil, dial that to 11, and now you got yourself a lich brewing.
Yeah, but one of the biggest problems with the way in which it's described is that the question of morality towards alignment comes into play for the situation.
Yeah.
And, sacrificing of 100 lich babies compared 100 rat babies compared to 100 human babies, depending on who you talk to, will dictate whether that is a purely evil act or something of concern, at which point it tends to come to interpretation, which again is why I say alignment within 5e is near non-factor comparative to earlier iterations of D&D, because the morality of an individual is incredibly complex, and 5e was the first edition of D&D to recognize that.
Yeah. We can talk about like alignment for probably a long time, so I think we should just
And
I agree with that.
As evil as the instructions that they've been given.
Yeah. I'm trying to have a moderate approach to this, which is why I'm also kind of deferring to you guys on what you think, because I'm not going to draw a hard line and be like, oh, skeleton, you did this, you evil stab. I'm just gonna try and move on.
Nick and I have been playing D&D for about the same amount of time, but we've comparatively, Nick has spent a lot more time playing D&D in earlier editions than I have, and even in current edition, he's probably played more time in it. In earlier iterations of D&D, it was very explicit about the impact of alignment on mechanics of the game.
Yeah.
And I definitely have participated in those iterations of D&D, but specifically for 5e, which is the version that we're playing, it is not explicit. Like, alignment is a very small part of what we do these days. So let's not try and focus too much on it. Beings of pure evil, and you do something that needs to detect evil, I'll tell you, but let's not spend too much time on morality.
Yeah. And just one last quick thing, just to super summarize. Anything dealing with the body is probably neutral. Anything dealing with the soul is probably evil.
Yeah. Just to give, like, what, how do I put this?
And healing and like full resurrection are both necromancy.
Okay. Good to know. Where I'm coming from is my character would believe that anything that, like, he was taught what is evil, right, from the Order of Paladins or whatever he comes from. Which, and my backstory, I've essentially said like it's an order of paladins that worship Tyr or Oath of Devotion in Neverwinter. That's just general finger in the air. That's where I've come from. So anything that I would have been taught as evil, I would believe is evil, which I assume would be generic kind of necromancy bad, blood magic bad, that kind of shit. So that's where I'm kind of coming from.
No, I find these conversations fucking fascinating. So any different viewpoint, I want to hear it.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna be like I'm gonna fucking stab Garum because he fucking resurrected a fucking bugbear. I'm gonna try and be like, why? Oh, this isn't, oh, you did this? Are you a necromancer? Blah blah blah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, personally, as either a player or DM, I appreciate that as a character you are able to have that introspection to be able to say, I would have normally seen a tiefling as evil. I would normally see necromancy as evil. And seeing it in this new light is adding to my character development overall. Understanding now that because I died to a skeleton fight and then was resurrected, and Tyr, my patron, is still providing me with that internal warmth, means that necromancy isn't inherently evil, like my teachers may have spoken to me before, is continuing to enforce that what I have learned in a school situation is not applicable to actual real life. That is really strong character development, and like that is good to see.
That's
And
kind of where I'm coming from.
And I hope
Trying
you'll
to.
appreciate that I was testing the waters before just doing it.
Yeah, that's kind of my point. And also I'm trying to do it more as like a BioWare RPG style, like fucking -5 to relations with Garum because he chose to resurrect a skeleton, rather than you resurrected a skeleton, I must now kill Garum. Right? I'm just going to become more cold and cold towards him the more fucking things he does that I consider evil, rather than necessarily ultimatums.
And to add in, like, one of the things that I enjoy about being a DM in these situations is I, as a DM, have no fucking idea whether that was a positive or minus relationship to your relationship with Garum. I can infer from the conversations that we have, but in this sort of situation where there's player to player role play, I don't actually know it any more than anyone else who isn't you two actually know. And I think that that's one of the nice things about D&D.
I'm trying to keep a track of like my interactions with the other players to infer how I deal with them, rather than any stupid like ultimatum shit that is
I love
breaks
is
the
it turns
game.
out that, like him, in quotes, keeping track of it is like he's got like fucking folders of
Hmm.
what's the word for like intelligence on a person?
Intel?
Yeah, I guess like he's got like
Knowledge?
sort of intel on people, like a dossier.
Right.
Sure.
I am keeping notes. It's not as in depth as that. I have like a paragraph of text for all of like in total. So we also haven't had that many interactions. So I'm keeping notes.
I've been studying how you rest, and maybe on purpose annoying you the whole time.
I've noticed,
Mhm.
and that might come to something. Anyway, let's move. It has been like an hour, and we've moved one room.
Alright. So as an hour and a half of player time has passed, the party has managed to transition down the vines in the space of 3 minutes. How would the party like to proceed? So I know that you guys are exploring up to the north of this cave area in which the bugbear and the rats had made their home. We have Garum, who is now in charge of the single skeleton, and has his whistle on cooldown for the next 7 days. I will not personally be tracking this, so it is on a system. Please keep track of this. Unless I think you're abusing it, I won't be checking. For everyone else's benefit, nothing has changed. The corpses appear to be in the same position they were previously. The only difference to that is that the bugbear corpse is now, let's say, a pool of blood and globules as opposed to a normally formed bugbear, in the sense that its bones and those things that are still gripping onto the bones pulled out of its body to form this skeletal form. By definition, I would say that it wouldn't necessarily have the short sword and short bow unless you want to equip those specific things from your inventory. I think you still have a long sword spare.
Are they available from any of the creatures here?
I would say yes, you'd be right. That from the creatures currently in your space, I would say no, but I think that there has been the goblins that have been interacted with earlier that we can kind of mash it together for now. But in terms of going into the future, maybe we should suggest that we dial that to be just the things that you carry around for this purpose.
Yeah. That works. I mean, I've got, let's see. I can just give it a longsword. Actually, I can give it a whole greatsword. Because Jordo didn't want that spare non-magic piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Sure. I would say that the skeleton is proficient with a short sword, but its strength is 0, so you would only get a +2
Actually,
to hit.
there's an idea. I'll send it a command. Amongst everything you see here, find a weapon you're proficient with. And I'll
Amongst?
Yeah, like there's a pile of corpses over here with like the shovel and stuff. I'll present like the
It picks up
spear
a
and sword.
shovel.
And then it buries itself.
So, mechanically, I've got a button I can press, so it's fine.
Sure. All right, of course. From the other skeletons. Nice. All right. I'll tell it to hold the shovel out so it's flat, and I'll take off my backpack and I'll put it on the shovel so it's just carrying my shit.
Okay.
And
You
then
will happily carry around your shit as a little servant.
perfect. Are you able to give control of the skeleton to me so I can move it around, or is that not a thing?
I'm sure it is a thing, but can I do it when we're not playing a game so that I have time to investigate how?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
For the most part, if we need it and it wasn't where it was, just put it like 15 feet behind me and we'll work it out. It is sworn to carry my burdens. I just can't say the thing because it no longer has a fleshy tongue.
The last interaction you gave was, please follow me and keep a 15-foot distance, and it will honor that.
And if that's the way we're carrying out, I'm definitely not letting it or Garam out of my sight, so I'm going to be standing behind them from now on.
Sure. You do you.
Severe mistrust.
Okay. So off, the skeleton summoned by Garam goes over and picks up one of the. Actually, it does not pick up the shovel. It instead goes to the bugbear that you resurrected it from. On that bugbear's corpse, had you investigated, you would have been able to find a shield as well as a morning star. So it is currently equipping a morning star.
Perfect.
I didn't even think to loot it.
Correct.
Can I go through it horrible, bloody mess of pockets. Does it have anything else? Do you want a investigation?
I would say yes. Investigation makes the most sense here.
Perfect. I pick up the flesh, I shake it like a blanket, nothing falls out. I'm done.
You are able to separate the clothes from the ichor that is left behind once you remove the bones through the skin. And within the pockets itself, what you were able to find, even with a 4, is lint.
Wow. It'd be all like covered in just like bodily, like, I don't know, what's the goop that leaks out of bodies that's not just blood, like
Oil,
probably just plasma.
grease.
Yeah, motor oil.
Yeah. So technically it's an oil, but people don't like considering grease as an oil, so grease is commonly the term I would use.
Perfect. All right. Well, moving along, unless anyone happens to want the shield.
Perfect.
No one wants the shield, Nash. All right.
I
So
have
I get-
adjusted the skeleton's AC to reflect that.
Oh, can it wear a whole? Is a Morning Star a 1 or 2-handed weapon?
It's a one-handed weapon.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was a 2-handed thing.
I believe it's versatile. I'm literally looking it up, but I would like other people to interact with this game.
We mostly have been.
John and Adrian have been standing here for quite a while doing literally nothing.
1d8 as opposed to 1d6 of a short sword, but it cannot be wielded two-handed. Shrock and Callison, is there anything you guys are doing while you're watching these interactions?
Can play the drums.
Yes,
I
please,
tried.
please, please. Play the drums. No, click the button, mate. Click the button quickly.
Adrian, you need to hurry. Drumming needs to happen.
Scott, as a sidebar, where is Oakhurst in general, like map terms? Like, I know that can get complicated, so just give me a short answer.
Where
If
is
possible.
Oakhurst?
Yeah, in general, like we're
North
on the.
Why is Oakhurst?
Is it part of the map that is generally considered like the Forbidden Realms or whatever the fuck it is?
When you're talking about Oakhurst, you're talking about the township, right?
Yeah, the town we're near. I just want to know if
are you talking about geographically amongst?
Okay,
the
so the reason I'm
Forgotten Realms?
asking is I'm wondering if we're far from Neverwinter, which is the random town that I picked in my backstory. Are we on the same plane of existence? Are we far? Are we near? That's just generally.
Yeah, man. Give me a survival check. I'll give you some details. So, Shrock on a 14, like you're playing better than you were earlier with the bagpipes. The drumming really does help motivate the party to kind of move forward with the situation. I fucking hope.
Same,
Hoping that the others will role play alongside of it.
Hey, drums, let's go.
But like, you're really setting a marching pace here. With a 5 on survival, Jordan, you know that within the Forgotten Realms that Oakhurst is present there. You personally had originated from Neverwinter, but not necessarily met up with the other members of your party before boarding the carriage with the Merchants of Iron. So you know that wherever the others had picked up was within 1 to 3 days of Neverwinter by cart on a normal march, but you're not really sure necessarily which direction, because instead of paying attention to the geographical landmarks, you took the time to rest after spending a lot of social interactions with Neverwinter during your stay there.
Cool, that's good for me.
Moving on, Callison, I would like to see what you're up to. I can kind of see you edging towards the caves to the north.
Yep, so I'd like to turn into a spider and go check these out, if that's a thing or if it's just like a map thing, or I don't know.
So I would feel that it's a bit too punishing for you to use your wild shape
Shape
for this activity, and I'd much rather kind of give you kind of some information around it.
Sure.
because
Is that something I should check? Like, should I roll a perception check to see what it is, or
Yep. So I think everyone will kind of get updated as I move you through. But if I kind of move you through, the
I'm not getting
section
updated.
itself is a pathway that continues forward through to what feels like a very cold climate. And
Sure.
as you kind of round more and more corners, you feel that the sloping of this pathway goes harsher and harsher downwards. You can feel that the air is not necessarily becoming harder to breathe, but thicker. When you kind of breathe in, it feels like a winter's morning where you breathe in and you can actually feel that the breath is adding almost a chill if you breathe too quickly. And you have to slow your breathing, otherwise that your throat will start to hurt.
Pretty sure he legally has to say, "Ooh, it's crispy."
I don't know why, but if it makes you feel better, ooh, it is crispy.
Ooh.
rightio. That's for another time. Well, yep. I'll go far until it's like, yep, it becomes uncomfortable and doesn't feel safe to like kind of check it out anymore, and then turn back and just say that it's a dead end.
Yep.
Huh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Part of that is obviously plot armor, and if it is something that the party is interested in exploring further, more than happy to. However, not this session.
This
So what-
module is weird, dude.
Go. All right. Well, I guess we'll hit one of those doorways. Let's go
And
south for no reason.
just as a suggestion to the rest of the party, there will be points in which I will make commentary like that where honestly, if I haven't prepared something and I can guide the party away to do something that I have prepared, it means we can keep playing during session times.
Have you heard of what Gary Gygax used to say when a room had literally nothing in it?
No.
He would say the same thing every time. You find nothing of interest in this room.
That's fair.
Wow. Deep, man.
Yeah. But he would also say that if you failed your roll and didn't find the thing, he was a cunt.
Yeah, I was about to say it's kind of this hard thing as a DM, and that's the like message behind the joke that I had dropped in from Brennan Lee Mulligan's stream previously in that group chat is when you try and describe something, you obviously have to describe something if there is something of interest.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's actually like linguistically a challenge. So are we happy to go through the southern door?
Okay, I'll roll perception by listening to the door.
Yay.
Please do. Dirty 20, he reckons. So you can tell from the echoing, the movement of air behind the door and the way in which it interacts with its environment. It feels like there's a lot of room behind the door. There isn't any sound being carried by the air. The air is moving back and forth, as is natural within these underground spaces, but there isn't anything being carried by that movement.
Help. I test the door, see if it can be opened.
Swings open.
And should I roll again for traps, or?
If you would like to check for traps,
Yes.
please roll perception. There is no obvious traps along this hallway. It appears to be consistently inconsistent throughout the length of the hallway.
Makes sense. Okay, I start making my way down the hallway.
Making my way.
As you make your way down the hallway, you notice that the pathway very quickly transitions away from what looks like man or made by anything intelligent into something much, much more natural. How would I say? There is a rift that has kind of opened up. You can kind of see down further the hallway, almost just slightly off to the side. The hallway continues, but a natural split within this rock facade has occurred. A rift opens here. It's debris strewn floor, like 2 feet below the corridor that you've been walking down. None of the luminescent fungi grows within the rift itself. The corridor continues past the rift through the opening of this rift in, as far as you can tell, the mountain itself. Maybe 2-foot diameter holes riddle the floor within that rift that you see, and there's the smell of burned earth
Oh.
that is kind of permeating through this area.
I was going to ask if this looks like it was like maybe the reason why this castle is now under the earth, or if this was a byproduct of all of this earth moving, but this looks like some chaotic magic bullshit.
I would say that give me a nature check.
Yarp. I can try.
For yours. And Callison, obviously, jump in if you want to go before this, because obviously you've seen this before, Garrett.
No, let's go with his roll.
So you have a pretty good understanding, and it's why you took note of the way in which the architecture was before. You know that human-made things, or humanoid-made things, tend to follow a very strict pattern of linearism. However, the rift itself is incredibly natural in its nature. You have enough experience, you're not necessarily cognitive of why, but you know that this is much more a natural thing that is occurring within the earth than it is necessarily a magic being trying to reshape the world, as those magical creatures either try and create zones of evil chaos or utilitarian purpose, where this just seems near insignificant. This is just something that has occurred, and everything around it then needs to adapt to it.
Right. I'm getting some the universe is ending, life is meaningless vibes from this.
Apologies, just the way I DM. I let myself into these scenes too much.
As you
Dragon
step
said it
into
wasn't
the
even
room,
close.
you feel an overwhelming sense of depression. Wait, nope, that's just me.
Careful, guys. Let me take a Xanax before we continue. Otherwise, this is going to end badly. Callison, you're still leading the charge here. How would you like to proceed?
Just kind of check out either sides.
So that
Kind of, yeah. Sorry.
that same sense that Garam had also faced earlier around the, almost naturalistic way this has occurred up until now, and as someone who has spent so much time around nature, you kind of really understand that this is very natural in its occurrence. You can see like those really small divots and potholes that are like commonly seen not so much within mountainscapes themselves, but much more commonly within ocean fronts where the water is constantly lapping against the shore.
Yeah, I mentioned to the others that the dragon mentioned that the grove itself may be evil, and it feels like it's going to. One of these pathways is probably going to lead us to it.
Ooh,
Sorry, the what itself?
The
Grove.
grove, where the tree is.
Grove?
Grove.
What
we've heard
grove? I've
underneath
not seen no
the-
trees.
What we've heard is underneath the floor from above, somewhere down here, there is a grove where a tree is growing that is producing the fruit that seems to be like,
What the goblins were selling, and
Yeah.
yeah, it seems to be good berries that are growing on a tree or something.
Okay. But why would this... Do you trust this white wormling and anything it tells you?
no, I just said that's why what he said.
And I'm asking you, do you believe it?
I shall just believe it when I see it.
If a white dragon told me this grove down here is evil, it's probably sacred.
Yeah, but Callison is kin with the white dragon.
Says a lot.
If it is sacred, then there isn't anything to worry about, is there?
Okay, that's a good question. Are there he's a frost... He said he's a frost dragon king. Are there types of dragon king like white, red, etc. like there are dragons? If so, is he a white dragon king?
There's
Yes.
Dragons are an incredibly complicated situation that
Okay.
Nick, you know the background of exactly how
Okay.
dragons are. I would say, given your background, Leon, you know that dragons tend to be the source of evil in regions. And the
Right.
dragons that you've interacted with that have not so much like direct interactions, but instead speaking to people within your coven of religious
teachings.
paladins is primarily within those white and red spheres
Okay.
of influence, but you know that there is more, but there's so much teaching around dragons just not being good.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I did the whole when I noticed that Garen was a tiefling, I was like, a tiefling's evil. Should I be like mistrusting? And then we went through the whole like, not really, man. Like that's a stigma. That's racist, man. I didn't even think to think through.
Sorry. Both Dragonborn and Tieflings,
Yep.
you would have character development to learn this. Up until now, your dealings with fiends, which Tieflings are derived from, has been incredibly fucking negative. Your understanding of dragons has been non-existent outside of what you have learned from teachings. So you would be like a fish out of water in this scenario.
Okay. Cool. I don't want to dwell on it, but yeah, just wanted to. For my own, yeah, would I inherently mistrust Dragonkin as well as
I would imagine so.
Up to you, my dude.
stuff?
You may or may not have ever interacted with a Dragonborn or a Tiefling before this
Yeah.
contract.
Okay.
You just heard someone say, "We will give you money to destroy evil," and you were like, "Destroy evil? Forget the money, cunt."
Yeah, essentially. I think we've established that because I was chose to come from Neverwinter. Tieflings are pretty common in Neverwinter, so I would have seen them around and know that they're not necessarily strictly evil.
I would say the exact thing about Dragonborns.
Cool.
And you wouldn't necessarily have a strong association with their skin color unless you chose to be a racist character, at which point I'd ask you to revisit that idea.
No worries. Okay, cool. That's fine.
Can I just quickly point out that I was correct? There was a lot of meat on that dragon.
I want to I cannot overemphasize exactly how much it would have been a bad idea to encourage Garum to piss off that dragon.
Oh yeah,
He
I'm
was
sure it's
towing
fucking.
a line. Had he had any form of encouragement or continued to push, there may have been negative consequences that, irregardless of the Cobalt forces, you wouldn't care that there was Kobolds around.
Sorry to dwell on the whole what should I be thinking of my fellow party members thing.
It's still important from a role perspective. The other thing that I'm just going to call out, because not everyone is doing it, but many are, I do have Discord open. If there is something you want to whisper to me, you may, for clarification.
Scott, your mum's gay.
Whoa.
Can you confirm?
I explicitly know that she isn't.
Wow. Faggot.
Honestly, my understanding of my mother, and why are we on this subject, is
Well-
that she's actually ace, but wanted children.
Well,
Sounds like a good time to go get more drinks while you talk about that.
well, there we go.
Honestly, like, you've spent a lot of time with my mother.
Yeah,
Do you have a better way of explaining her?
I genuinely only make jokes about her that I would be comfortable making in front of or to her, because your mum is great.
Yeah. And, yeah, 100% she is.
Unlike my mum.
I have trouble commenting on the quality of your mother, because all I know is she was a police officer, which just kind of leaves. I don't
Most
know.
of her police career was in a division that was called TACO, the Traffic Accident Coordination Office, and they basically existed before computers rendered her job obsolete. And she would drive to crash scenes, measure and analyze the skid marks from tires, and work out how crashes happened and who was at fault.
So, like, again, this is the biggest problem that I have with police officers, not just in Australia, but most police officers.
And then, if it also makes you feel better, a cop pulled a gun on mum in one of the police cars, and she had a massive mental breakdown that developed into alcoholism and several suicide attempts. So, like, yeah, definitely all cops are bastards. Full fucking send on that.
Terrific. My uncle was in the drug and human trafficking division for Vic Pol and has never recovered from it. So the fact that I don't know the Australian equivalent of what a beat cop is, the fact that they give the individuals involved in the police force such a bad rep is incredibly frustrating to me. However, I've had enough interactions with Vic Pol, not only with them charging me for speeding in Australia while I was not legally allowed to enter Australia, but growing up, that I have a lot of frustrations with the topic. And honestly, it's probably better that we play D&D instead of talk about my problems with Vic Pol.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Adrian. I know how much you're interested in the Victorian Police Department.
It's okay.
So, we enter into what seems to be an absolute rift in the environment around us. We can see that there has been such a dramatic shift in the landscape in this underground section that the pathway to which we're exiting from has shifted at least 10 feet away. Something that, regardless of people's background, can see as such a significant and near incomprehensible change to the environment. You can see that this pathway leads off to the north east, as well to the southwest, as well as the continued pathway still being visible to the direct south.
Wow, it almost plugs into itself.
Ouroboros.
Yep, maps are drawn semi-well.
All right. Well, which direction do we want to go? Do we want to follow the corridor with the adjustment, or do we want to go up and down the split?
Check for footsteps.
Perfect. Give me a survival check, mate.
I'm not necessarily the best.
Perfect. As you kind of just walk along behind the skeleton, just keeping a real fucking close eye on it,
Yeah.
you've got this understanding that it should be leaving footprints, and sometimes it does, especially like in the really thick mud of the room you just went from, but it doesn't seem to be leaving footprints anymore. And you're kind of questioning yourself whether it is some sort of magical being or whether it's just not heavy enough at the moment to leave thick footprints.
I do only have 18. That checks out.
How would everyone else like to proceed? Well, Leon stares at the feet of this skeletal figure.
So the way that you do skills, because Leon has done the survival to check for footprints, does that then kind of preclude us from also checking? Like almost like a group role?
So I think that there's certain situations where I will be quite enforceful of that, but I think if you're then instead looking for the rift as opposed to the hallway leading down south from that environment, I can be a bit more flexible on it. I think that if there was something that I really wanted to highlight as a DM, I'd probably put more effort into it outside of what I had the interaction with Leon for.
Sure. John, what is your survival bonus at?
2.
Yeah, you should be doing this.
All right. Yeah. Mine's a +1, so they're
Not
basically the same.
What am I even rolling for?
As you kind of look around there, Callison, you can't see any evidence. A lot of tracks. You kind of look around and you take like some actual time with the little divots that are being created within the surface that you guys are now walking on. There isn't any evidence of foreign materials like dirt or mud that is kind of building up in those divots. You can kind of sense that, although not necessarily recent, there isn't a lot of traffic that is going through this area. Otherwise, like there'd be a lot more dust and rubble being tracked around from the footprints, from the shoes or the feet of the people going through this area.
All right, guys. Yeah, seems like this area isn't the one that's being used the most. So if the goblins were using the fruits or carrying the fruit around, then it probably wasn't down this way. It was probably back through the other door. We can go down the path to our left, and maybe we'll circle around to where we have to go. But I feel like going. I shouldn't say south. I feel like going to our right might lead us astray, rather than to our objective.
Yeah. That checks out. What was that? Ah, I think it's Charlie.
Yeah, sorry about that.
100% it's a television in Jordo's background.
And seeing as I have the most limited vision, I'll go first. This makes the most sense.
Perfect.
So the other thing I'd probably call out is previously we gave Callison vision because he was lighting torches. One of the things that I might just suggest as not being too metagamey, but would make sense through observation, is that Garum, you've got those continual flame torches instead of Callison constantly burning through torches.
You gave him one before, and then when he said he was still burning the regular torches, I reminded him of the benefits of the ever-burning torch, and I'm not sure if he decided to swap.
Perfect. I'm going to assume that he's now using a continual flame torch from earlier.
Oh, and I'll also give him, actually let me shuffle over to him. Bloop. I'll also give him the ever-burning candle, just in case he needs something a little bit less glaring.
Something more obtuse.
This hallway looks extremely narrow and absolutely fucky to combat in. Should we try the door? This choke point seems really bad for us if we get into a fight on the other side.
Yeah, it does.
Sure, we can go back.
It looks kind of like it meets up with wherever that door went, and I think I'd prefer to take the fight through the door than this choke point. You guys okay with that? Should we go back to the door and try that way?
Well, the door is still a choke point, but I guess it opens up into a bigger area.
Kind of my point. Are we gonna like this way ahead? Looks like we're filing like single file through a narrow choke point to be able to be combat effective. If there's a trap on that choke point, if there's something with AoE, like a line attack or something, this choke point will fuck us. The door will not. That's what I'm thinking.
Sure. Yeah, we can go back into the door. Or do you want to go further down the other way into the rift? It continues opening up that way.
No, I think that Kelsen's assessment is correct. We should be heading left this way or the other door because that's probably most likely to take us to this so-called grove. But I take one look at this fucking one-person wide choke point, and I'm like, I don't want to march into it.
Sure. Works for me. All right. We'll move up to the door then. Bloop bloop bloop.
Oops, I phase into a wall briefly.
I don't think you were here for Scott's explanation. He found a cool way to change it so that you don't reveal the map when you just drag yourself around.
No, he explained it to me in the break. He's got Explorer mode on, and so it's permanent.
Ah, good. I wasn't there when he explained it to you. Right.
All good. All right, Dragonkin, if you wouldn't mind cracking the door. Maybe check up for traps. We haven't checked this one. Yeah, perfect.
So roll perception to check the door, do the thing.
Although the door itself doesn't seem to be trapped, you do hear some noises from whatever is occurring on the other side of the door. You hear... How would I describe this? It sounds like someone is trying to squish something that is soft. Almost like someone has like some mushrooms or some berries or something that is not necessarily shatterable. Something organic is kind of being broken apart within the space that precedes this. Outside of that, you can kind of hear some light movements. Maybe some people moving around some chairs or moving around in a bedroll or something. Finally, you can hear some chatter, as far as you can tell, in a language that you are unable to comprehend. You are reminiscent of some of the noises being made by the goblins that you were spying on earlier.
Cool. Yep, I relay the information to others. Yeah, seems like we have some goblins. I can't tell how many. At least several. they don't seem to be ready for battle. They seem to be going about just kind of everyday tasks, but I'm not sure how we can get the drop on them through the door, but going the other way is probably still not the best choice.
Send the skeleton in first. It can eat whatever trap or whatever they've got set up, and then we follow it in.
Yeah, that's true. Do we want to? What language was being spoken?
It sounded
Or are
like
we
the
not sure?
goblins,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
None of us speak Goblin, do we?
From Callison's perspective, he can't tell the difference between Orcish and Goblin because they're very they're close approximations, but it sounds like either the things that Schrock has said in part of Vicious Mockeries or some of the interactions that he's heard while spying on things as a spider.
All right. Well, how do we feel about this? If we all hide around the corner here, I'll send the skeleton in, walk into the middle of the room, look around a little bit, and then walk back out, closing the door behind it.
Can you even tell what? Like, how do you? You won't know what the skeleton sees, though. What will that accomplish?
Well, I think their reaction will be interesting.
They'll just be on alert. They'll just be like, "Fucking skeletons walking around again. We'll have to go fucking take care of it." And then they'll have their weapons out. Like, I think we just kick the door in. We go in. Skeleton goes first. It's just going to be some goblins. Let's just go in there, fuck them up, get this job done, so we can leave this godforsaken place.
Yeah, all right. I'm good with that. We all good with that?
Yeah, right.
Lovely.
Skeleton to the door. I'm telling that to Garam.
Yeah. I'll make a quick adjustment. I want the skeleton to walk to the other side of the room, pick something up and drop it. And once we hear the thing drop, then we'll go in and hopefully murder some distracted goblins.
Like, open the door, you mean, and then go in and then pick something up and then drop it?
Yeah, skeleton opens door, walks into the other side of the room, picks up and drops a thing.
So they all look at him, so we can. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure, let's give it a go.
So I'll send that command to the skeleton. Shrock, if you want to scoot out of the way so they don't see you through the door.
Cool.
And Scott's controlling the skeleton. I've got no idea. I assume it's working.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll tell us.
Off in the distance, down the hallway, and it kind of echoes slightly, but not much. The clattering of metal on stone.
Oh, let's fucking go. How do we want to do this in terms of ordering?
I would, when I hear that noise, I would run in with my sword out and run into the room. And I'd go for a goblin.
Well, noise has happened. Go.
Perfect. If everyone can roll for initiative, you guys get a surprise round.
Don't forget to click your character.
My favorite thing is, for whatever reason, I'm not coming up there.
Where the fuck is the initiative button gone? Middle center.
Surprise round and fucking. God, look at those initiative rolls. My goblins are always slow.
Actually, if you hover over.
Oh yeah, 1d20. That's 2. Oh wow.
Garam, Calvin, Rock, Hey.
Poor goblins.
So let me see what you see.
Whiskey after the barbecue sauce particularly burns.
Oh yeah, it's good shit.
Interesting choice.
The HSP.
They go well together.
Leon, as you kind of crash through the door, you see at the far end a skeletal body picking up its shield, and up to that kind of northeast section, what appears to be a sleeping goblin.
Oh.
Outside of that, going to revert through to the initiative chart. Garum, you're up.
Sure. So, hup, hup, hup. 1, 2, 3, 5.
Because I kind of come through the door expecting there to be goblins, and when there aren't, I just kind of look around like, what? Where are they? What's going on?
You do the
Yeah,
fucking
I do the John
Travolta.
Travolta
Yeah.
meme, looking around like, oh, goblins?
5 more
Goblins.
feet of movement. So they're all sleeping in there.
So to the south, you can see that there is goblins working what looks to be a vat, like a big wooden cask, and they're bashing something into it. But they seem to be like focused on what they're doing. They're not looking at what the doors, like, has someone come through the door. They're just working.
Right.
They haven't heard the sound of this. That hasn't alerted them.
All right. I'm going to use my action to take more movement. And I'm going to move here. And I'm going to close the door with my interaction.
That is fine. Can you bear with me a sec?
Yep. I'll just, to make it easy for you, I'll just put a line through that, closed. Cool.
It was one of these lights. Yep. You casually close the door.
Lovely. And I still have more movement. So I'll just kind of shuffle back here and I'll, in whatever whispering to Leon that I can, I'll just point to the door down here and say, there's 2 goblins in there.
So, as we've
I
had
was
a couple of people into this space, I think it's also worth highlighting the way in which the space looks. So, 2 rows of dragon carved marble columns march the length of this hall, most completely covered in that same luminescent fungus. The cobbled floor is cracked and stained, and on it sits many small wooden tables. The contents of the tables include mortars, pestles, small tools, various bowls filled with crushed leaves, chopped fungi stalks, and other plant specimens. The many doors leading off this hall are all partially open, except for the door to which Garum has closed off.
This feels like an apothecary. Is the air full of smoke?
The air is full of, I would say, a mustiness. The scent of crushed leaves, like mulch.
Right. Huh. All right. Well, that's my turn done.
Up next is Callison.
Oh, okay. Are they goblins to the south?
Mhm.
Asking the.
There we go.
Yep, sorry.
Just for context, that red line is the closed door.
Yeah, sure.
So to the south there's goblins working that big vat.
Can't see them, so I guess I'll just keep. Wow, there they are. Does that get their attention?
They seem busy working. They seem unbothered by the sounds around them.
Cool. All right then, moving back. Which ones are we going to kill first?
I mean, probably the ones to the south, because they're the only ones that we've seen that they've potentially seen us.
There's an awful lot of doors down here. And kind of feels like that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Moving on. Leon, you're up next.
Hang on, let me plot this out. How much movement do I have? It's kind of hard because I have to walk past John.
Through me, which is a
You've used 15 feet of movement.
And this was the most efficient path to get to where I am?
Yes.
Okay, so I have 20, 25. Okay. I just creep in. Can I get to here? Is that okay? I guess either here or here. Either one, whichever one is 30.
I would say the one you're currently at would make more sense.
Oh, and I just try to fucking slash the fucking goblin in the back of the head. Like I try to like walk up relatively quietly, not necessarily sneaking. They seem to be distracted. So just regular walking pace, walk up to it and slash it.
I would say that the one that's currently on the left has been alerted to your presence, but the one you're sneaking up to has been too focused on its task. So make an attack roll with advantage.
Get fucking bonked on.
It wasn't needed to. Given the context, I would say decapitate, but not at the neck, at the upper chest area.
Bisected.
He looks like the Borg Queen.
Like you've interacted with goblins up until now, but the goblins you've interacted with tend to be a lot stronger, where these seem to be more the women and children.
the women and children too.
What a mighty paladin you are.
Hey, I didn't say it was glorious. I'm not relishing it, but it's a job. It's like weeding a garden, my dude. Gotta get rid of them.
Anything else?
No. Just walk up, decapitate him, and then turn to the other one. That's it.
You're up next.
Diagonal move costs 5.
What was that?
Do diagonal movement cost 5 feet?
Each square.
So
the-
that's 5.
So, of the 9 directions available to you, each direction costs 5 feet. However, those situations where you see a door or a, let's say, corner, you're not able to freely move diagonally. You either have to move north, south, east, west.
Okay, so this is my 20th feet.
Mm-hmm. From there, I believe you can see a dead goblin.
Yep.
At best you can get to this square here.
Yep. From there, you obviously can see the other goblin in that room.
I'm gonna call it a shitcon.
Oh, and sorry, just quickly, while he walks past me, I'll just whisper to him as vigorously as I can. No horns.
Hey, there's that one again.
It does feel like your favorite number on that.
It's either a 1 or a 4.
It's a 1d4.
But the goblin here does not seem impervious to your mockery. Although not necessarily too loud, it really does hit home to this goblin. It feels
Oops.
ashamed of its existence. It looks
Wow.
pretty hurt.
What do you say to it, Adrian?
That it's a shit gun.
Yeah.
I love that. That's like his vicious mockery every time. You shit cunt. Hey, John, that's a nice
Fucking dogs.
spell description link you got there.
Yeah, thank you.
Good turn.
I am not a shit cunt, it says, coming out.
His
Provoke-
response is,
provoking an opportunity of attack, just to prove that it's not a shit cunt.
oh, what?
Oh,
My
Poor
God,
choice.
he used to have a family.
I assume you want me to roll a greatsword attack?
If you would like to use your reaction, you can.
Sure would.
Absolutely focused on proving that it's not a shit cunt. In essence, proving it's a shit cunt. Paying no mind to the fucking paladin in the room with it.
That's one psychic damage does too.
I would also draw the attention to a door that quickly gets closed off to the side there.
Oh, which one,
On
sorry?
the eastern side of the room, a door closes.
Is it? Okay.
Oh yeah, does the skeleton get a turn?
On Garam's next turn, it does.
Okay.
Outside of that, it hasn't been too noisy yet. You don't hear too much stirring. Garam, you're up.
Cool. So, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Nope. And I will close this door as well. And I'll
Yep.
just draw my red line of closed door just so that we can reference it later. And that's an interaction. So I'll use my bonus action to point to the other door and say, close that to the skeleton, which is this door here.
The skeleton, taking the command of its master, moves over to this door and closes it.
And that is, oops, that's the wrong one, but that'll do. That is my turn did.
Next up, Callison. How do you want to proceed?
Oh, this door's closed, is it? Okay. Oh, this was the one that
Yep,
manually
we just
got
saw
closed.
that door close.
Oh, okay. Well, so opening it costs an action, right?
Interaction. So you could push open the door, assuming it's not locked without
Locked.
consuming your action.
So yeah, okay, I'll do that then. Try and push on the door, try and open it. Although there's probably someone trying to keep it closed, maybe.
The door was closed, but there isn't necessarily someone forcing it closed. You can kind of see that either side of that door, flanking it, there seems to be individuals, and directly south, there seems to be someone preparing themselves for this moment.
Oh, okay. So they are they attacking or?
They will be once you finish your action.
Oh, okay.
And there seems to be a dead cat.
What should I do? So they can't attack me through on those diagonals, right? Or would it be just a disadvantage?
So they would currently be attacking versus 3/4 cover on a ranged attack. Otherwise, they'd have to move into that center column.
Okay. I'm going to create a bonfire on that empty square between all four of us.
Whoa.
Maybe I should have just done it on a... Oh, too late. Yep, thank you.
Yep.
And then I have 5 feet of movement to still take a step back.
Sure. As you do. As this kind of bonfire sprouts into existence, just blocking that doorway. Anything else?
No, that's the end of my turn.
All right. Over to Leon.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I open the door in front of me and then I move in.
Oh, my.
Perfect.
Not just the women, but the...
So I'll just say my rationale for interest because nobody else is going to fucking know. I didn't see that door closed. I have no idea what you guys are doing, so I'd already mentally mapped out what I'm going to do. I just saw those guys, walked in, chop, and I knew that there was ones in here, and then I saw Garam close this door, so I'm just like, yep, take care of these next. I'm just doing this like weeding a garden, my dude. Yeah, weeding a garden, my dude. Room to room.
I'll be back in a second. I am covered in sugar. Those donuts were war crimes.
Okay. So as you kind of enter into this room, you can see that there is some goblins, 2 of which look quite small,
Oh no.
sleepily trying to wake up,
Oh no.
shocked by... I wouldn't even say they're at the point of shock. They're just hearing a door slam open.
Okay, that is my turn. That's 30 feet of movement. That's all.
You can throw a javelin at them.
Dash,
No.
dodge, disengage, all actionable items.
I'll just use a ready action on my greatsword in case one of them actually does get within melee range.
Fair.
What a cunt. He's just standing in the doorway making them fucking...
Truck,
making
you're
them
up.
shit themselves when they see.
Let me just ask, is this a public school?
The what?
Is this a public school?
Wow.
I would probably associate this to not so much a private institution as much as I would say the first parallel I would drive towards is homeschooling, but homeschooling through a orphanage's offsetting of costs.
I was just alluding that this is pretty much children and we're just gunning them.
Oh yeah.
Comparatively to the other goblins you've interacted with prior to this, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna move forward a bit. Call this guy names.
Mm-hmm.
Is he a shit cunt too?
Maybe it's a girl and his cunt is full of shit.
Could you imagine coming back to just say that?
Can you imagine coming back and not saying that?
Oh.
Oof.
Oh, saved.
Unfortunately, it's not her cunt that is full of shit.
That's her mouth.
Enter.
Do you have like a crossbow or something, Adrian? Because I feel like you could probably be doing a little bit more damage with a weapon.
No, the trick with the vicious mockery is that if he hits something with it,
It's disadvantage, I know, but he could also just outright kill a lot of the things he's vicious mockering with a weapon.
So a goblin kind of comes charging out towards you, Callison, and is able to make that dex save to be able to not get caught up in the bonfire before making its attack with its scimitar towards you.
Ooh.
12
lucky
to
that
hit
misses.
for 5 damage.
Yeah, no, got 13.
You know why it missed? Blinded by the light. Because of the fire.
He didn't need to explain it. Does he know how to use the shotgun?
He's proficient with basic weapons. We went through this last time, so yes,
Yeah.
he does.
Okay.
But where's the fun in that?
Okay. So
Just saying, just in case it hadn't occurred to you to actually use a weapon.
I'll ask the GM. Well, I know he's busy, but when he has a moment.
Ooh.
can you roll damage for your bonfire and ask your question?
What was the D20 for? About like what choice you were going to make for the goblin, or
I was rolling against a DC 10 on whether the goblin that was in the room that Leon had entered into would wake up from the sound of the door slamming open and try and do something
okay.
with its turn, this turn or later. The
Yep.
other two, I would probably say that one of them is now becoming alert of its surroundings. But can you? Yep, perfect. Okay. So, although one of the goblins is able to push past the bonfire, the other trips, stumbles, and almost adds to the bonfire itself.
He made a path for the other one to step on and cross.
As the other one kind of comes up to you and tries to make a club attack against you, Kellison. 12 for 3 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, that misses.
Unable to find purchase on you. Moving on.
So,
Garum, how are you
Right.
proceeding?
Either of those two goblins injured?
Which two?
The two that I can. Sorry, this one or this one?
No,
Okay. Because this one is dead, right?
very much so. It
Yep.
is part of the fire now.
He's cooking. He's lunch.
So he's fucking cooked.
Yep.
He's a cook cunt.
Right. I'll go for this one, the one that is threatening beloved bard. And I will drop a sacred flame on him. Can I get a? Actually, no. I'll do a Toll the Dead. Can I get a wisdom saving throw, please?
You can.
Motherfuck! I've pulled an Adrian. One
Oh,
Wow.
dead. Wow, a 1 and a 20.
As you can see, like trickles of blood forming out of the ears.
Nice. And 5, 10, 15. We'll use some movement. 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. And I'll move to here. And I'll just let the group know. I won't let the group know. Yeah, that's my move done. Actually,
You're done?
I'll with a bonus action, I'll tell the skeleton. Do those doors at the north have door handles?
Directly north of you?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Okay. I'll tell my skeleton to hold the door closed, however it happens to work that out, and then I'm done.
Yep. You see your skeleton put its body against the door.
Lovely. It's trying its best.
Exactly. Up next is Callison.
I frostbite the goblin to the east of me.
Oh,
Yeah, getting some decent rolls today. Ah,
apparently, so is the goblins.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, as it makes its save, as just kind of shakes off the frostbite that you're trying to inflict on it.
Yep, that's it.
Next up, Leon.
Okay, can you describe the
But
3
to the-
goblins?
Northwest, you can see this. I wouldn't necessarily say female as much as I would say femme goblin. Is kind of like rubbing their eyes as they're kind of waking up and realizing what's going on. While the other 2 goblins within the room, the centermost one, probably looking the largest, roll over in their bedding and just turn their backs to you like you're disturbing their rest.
Could I assess, like, roughly how old the largest one is? Just roughly.
Between the ages of newborn to dying of old age, you would peg it somewhere in the middle.
So, adult, good enough.
Yep.
I take a step forward and just kind of stab it. Just
Give
stab it
us
in
a
the
roll with advantage.
and just stab it in the neck.
I would question what neck. Where do you want the neck to start, end, and start again?
So the other 2, I would definitely consider them to be children.
Not necessarily children, but definitely smaller than the one that you've been able to separate. Any chance that it had of crying out in pain was quickly beaten by its inability to connect its vocal cords to its mouth.
I mean the other 2, the one to the northwest and the one to the east. Would I assess them as children, or
might
just
be-
smaller adults, like small adults or children? Which would you think I would consider them?
I would suggest that you've not spent enough time to know the difference between a child goblin and a regular goblin.
All right. Well, in that case, with that context, I approach the one that's waking up. Obviously, I've already used my action, so I just walk up to it, and it would know it's next.
Mhm.
That's my turn.
Alright. Shrock, you're up.
As my mockery, I'm gonna backhand this bitch.
I don't know why I just rolled for initiative.
Well, either way, it's kicking ass. Oh,
I would suggest a roll of 6 is not kicking ass, Nick.
the initiative roll did.
Rear back piss.
I think if it had anything left to wish for, it would have wished for the roll of 19.
Oh,
But-
no.
The idea of suicide seems like too much work. Its brain just shuts off.
Okay.
Anything else, Shrock?
I'm gonna move a bit here.
All good.
Yep, all done.
Next up is the goblin body that is right in front of Callison. So it's going to take another scimitar swing at
Oh, that one definitely hits.
24 for 4 damage. Is it?
Oh, it's got a plus 5. Wow,
purchase
yeah.
with that scimitar bringing it up against you. Next up, it's going to be the goblin commoners. One's going to take a club attack against Gorgo. The double ones for 0 damage. unable to really do anything.
I like the picture that it actually connected and it just did nothing.
As another
No, the three lowest rolls possible are pretty good.
comes out, sees Shrock, charges at it with a club for a 9 to hit.
I am back.
Assuming it does fucking nothing, the other coming out, making the same club attack against you, Shrock. 14 to deal 2 damage. Completely fucking ineffective, as all those before it, bringing us to the top of the round with Garum.
Right. Jodo, I just want to direct you to that club attack from the commoner goblin.
Yep. Sorry, I was away.
Absolutely fucking nothing.
Yep. That's the 2-2 roll, so I'm assuming.
Yep. And
0 damage.
And 0
if
damage.
you look closely, you'll see that even if it hit, it was
Yep.
for 0 damage.
Yep. Okay.
All right.
Not just the Mandalorians, but the women DeLorean and the children DeLorean as well.
Is this guy injured?
No.
No.
Oh. Okay.
As far as you can tell from your current perspective, those that were injured
They're dead.
are motionless.
Okay. Can I get this guy to roll a wisdom save for me, please? Get fucked!
He does not, in fact, get fucked.
All right. And I will move into this room, see nothing, and then I'll move back out.
Anything else?
No, I'm done.
Perfect. Kelson, you're up.
I shall try to frostbite him.
Mhm.
Oh, there's the fucking one. Oh.
Okay, perfect. Now, of the hymns, which hymn are we targeting?
The one next to me. The actual goblin. Oh, at least it hits.
Though only doing 1 damage, definitely like slows down that movement. And struggling to move freely.
Question regarding equipment again. How does changing equipment during a turn work?
So
You have to spend a
there's-
whole action. Whole action.
there is a free action to be able to like draw a weapon or sheath a weapon. But then if you need to go past that one interaction, that's when you move into action territory. So if you want to put a weapon away and then pull out a weapon, that's when it costs an action. If you want to just do one or the other.
Yep. So like I could drop
Reaction?
the druidic focus and pull out, then use the shield before a turn, but then I would need to spend an action to like pick
So
up.
if you have something in your hand that you don't care about anymore and you want to just let it fall to the ground, it's a nothing action. But then picking it up off the ground later because you realize, fuck, I shouldn't have dropped that, that's when it would cut. It's an action.
Sure. All right, cool. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
No, that's all.
All right, Leon, you're up. You can see that not only the goblin to your northwest, but the one to your southeast is awake, although the northwest one is readying an attack with its club.
Alright, as it did a nothing attack on me that I very easily parried away, I then followed up with just a good old-fashioned swipe to its face.
I will break you.
So 12 is a pretty low roll. sleeping without armor on is also a bad idea.
Mm.
And it is the idea that has allowed this goblin to rest up until now. So there is obviously this concept around overkill within D&D. So after reducing it to 0, going from 3 to 0 has consumed 3 of the 10 points. To hit that overkill mark, you've gone from 7 through to 5 points. That means only half of the damage you needed was an overkill. In any way, shape, or form you want to describe the absolute brutal act that you have just performed against this thing that you're fairly sure wasn't a child is okay. Otherwise, you're free to move, use a bonus action, or just pray for the salvation of your own soul.
So I looked. So I was facing this thing as it woke up. I don't think I've seen the goblin behind me on the east now. Would I have heard it wake up?
So you saw that it was sleeping when you entered the room. You're not aware yet that it is necessarily awake, but you know that it's there, and is dead.
So I go to leave the room, and as I do, I glance back over at the sleeping one. What's it doing? As I glance over to it as I try to leave.
It is trying to reconcile its own existence. It believed that it went to sleep with. So this room contains bedding for about 5 to 8 goblins. It knows that 1 or 2 of them were already asleep when it went to sleep, and it's not sure if it can really recognize whether those beds that it went to sleep in before were actually filled with goblins or just goblin ichor.
Tomato sauce.
It is. I would say that it currently fears not just you, but existence.
Okay. I just look at it, and then I notice that like my friends out here are fighting like actual threats, and I just ignore it and walk out and join the fray out here. So I'd come out here and then approach these ones.
Okay. That's it. Moving on to Shrock.
They don't have pack tactics, do they?
As far as you're aware, they're not working together as much as they're both working against you.
Okay. Yeah, just hit it with a fucking shitgun.
I do not know how you keep rolling that. It is reaching the massive improbable at this stage.
Yeah.
Was there anything else you'd like to do?
No.
All right, moving on. I'm just going to remove that from the initiative order. As the 2 goblin commoners that are currently facing you, Shrock, are both going to make attacks at you with their clubs. I think that 19 hits for 3 damage, yes?
Yep.
So one of them, finally, after all this effort, was able to find purchase on you.
Which one was it?
I would say it's the one to your northwest.
Okay.
Garum, you're up.
There's still a goblin. The one to my right's only been hit by 1 frostbite damage.
Yes.
Perfect. It takes a swing at you with its scimitar.
Okay.
Perfect.
It
The
tries.
9 to hit does not hit, as its frostbitten limbs are unable to properly drag scimitar around. Garum?
Can I get a wisdom saving throw from this guy, please? No, he passed.
Doesn't even hear you. Doesn't hear a bell ring at all. Death
Alright.
has not come for it yet.
Not yet. I'm done.
As we move on to Callison.
Yep, gonna try something else. I'm just gonna try and stab it. Oh.
With a 20, it is not feeling 20. It is feeling
Oh.
nothing. At first, it felt the piercing point of your spear. But well before that spear's point could reach its back, it no longer had to be concerned with what it felt. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, I'm good.
Amazing. Leon, you're up next.
Yeah, it's a simple turn. I'm just going to attempt to murderize the goblin in front of me.
No attempt needed. Only success.
Well, that's
That
not
is
true.
all.
I could roll a 1 to a 5 and go under.
You sure didn't.
I sure didn't. Chop it down, move forward, and to the next one. That's my turn.
Perfect. Trock, the one that you were upset with prior to this moment, you have the choice of being upset with no more or being upset with two different sides of the goblin.
Well, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull out my pipes,
Mm-hmm.
pipes of the sewers, very
Yep,
very
okay.
slowly, and I'm gonna use it to hit the goblin to my north.
Okay. So you're using it just as an arcane focus?
Sorry, I'm just memeing. I'm still gonna just do a vicious mockery.
Yep, that's no problem. All right.
There's
all
a
right,
3.
all right. Yep. Anything below a 13 and it's returned to the sewers.
Ooh. That's an
Ooh.
agi. That's an agi, not a wisdom save. Excuse me, DM.
One.
What?
I am wrong. Sorry, I read the word ability as agility.
Same.
Bless you.
Well, you do have 8 in after all.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Damn straight.
It kind of looking at you as this mockery sounding almost like a rat panicking comes at it. Brings up its club. Takes a nice wide swing at you.
Oof.
Oh, he didn't like that at
Shooting
all.
for 6.
Wow.
You could understand being called a dog cunt, but being called a rat cunt? It's no fucking rat. Seeing this interaction, Garam, how do you proceed?
Is old mate up here injured?
No, not even. No.
Yes. Now, can I get a DC 13 Wisdom save, please?
Everyone's enjoying being level 2.
Oh, why are these fuckers so wise?
The problem is, he's not a fucking rat cunt.
Ah,
Callison, do you have any way of handling it?
Does this work? No. I think I need to actually drag it into the what I have can use. Okay. Says I can't be bothered. Ugh. I try to frostbite it.
You have to drag a javelin from the compendium into your inventory and then put a tick in the box next to it, and then you'll be able to use
Yeah,
it
I've done
in
that.
the.
Although not completely covered, its movement slows. Finish that club strike, and as it tries to pull back to make the next one, it just kind of starts to freeze up in place. It looks like not just only is it covered in a frost, its skin is starting to tear away by the cold. Leon?
Yeah, I'll just continue. After I followed through the strike on the first one, I step forward and I follow through another strike on the second goblin.
13 again. These guys aren't wearing armors. These guys are not combat people. They seem to just be employees of this area. Or at least they were. Right now, they ain't shit. They ain't nothing. Or at least if they're anything, they're not in one piece. The only thing within this area that is perceivable by the party is almost a whimpering sound in the room, Leon, you just left. The last remnants of this group of goblins is cowered in a corner, crying, eyes covering its face.
I would use the rest of my turn to go to where the skeleton is holding the door closed, and I would push the skeleton out the way and then open the door.
As you
To
look
check that
into
room.
that room specifically, skeleton was holding closed. And to be clear, the skeleton was not so much holding it closed because there was no door handle. It was instead trying to prevent anything on the latter side entering into this space.
yeah, it picked up the intention then. So is that room empty?
From what is being observed right now by Leon and the skeleton, that room is not necessarily empty, but it is devoid of hostile creatures.
Oh. Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Yep. So, the moment I'll clear it off.
Hey, look at you.
From a RP perspective, there is in this room a goblin that may not even be mature, crying unconsolably in a corner. Otherwise, the party is free to loot through these rooms.
Why are we leaving that one alive?
Who are you
All
saying
the
that in
party
character
decides
or to the
I'm gonna
DM?
take a piss, be right back.
To the party.
You can go kill it if you want. Thought I'd save some for you, as I did most of the work here. I would say to you, kind of like chip on my shoulder, you know. My kill count here was like fucking 7. Fuck did you do?
7 children, maybe.
Fuck 'em children. What? Goblin's a goblin. Have you known a goblin that that wouldn't stab you in the back if given the chance?
I wouldn't know. They're all dead.
Exactly. Didn't give him the chance, did I?
That's why you're giving this one a chance.
You can go see for yourself if you want. Maybe it'll do you some good, get you some good experience. Because from the looks of you, you need it.
Well, I noticed you went for the weakest enemies.
All right, let's have a look here, and I'm gonna go and get the largest goblin corpse out in the hallway, and I'm gonna drag it over into this room to compare it to the one in here that I killed. So we probably need Scott to help. Oh, Scott's back, I think.
While the other one's still in the room.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yes. So I'm like sizing up the goblin that you killed versus the goblin I killed to try and see which one is bigger next to the one that's pissing itself in the corner.
The one that John killed is just maybe an inch taller.
You got lucky.
Sure. Which we wouldn't be able to fucking tell just by sight. Surely.
No. Head to top of head, like head to toes, about an inch.
I'm laying it next to each other.
Oh,
Like I'm
okay.
trying to
All right,
size it up
all right.
to prove my point here, and then when it becomes apparent that I'm actually wrong, I'm just gonna be like, fuck.
Why do we have images
Bullshit.
of people measuring, like hooking up sharks to see who caught the bigger one?
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the gist I'm going for here. I'm just kind of trying to prove a point that I did the heavy lifting, and then when you're like, no, mine's bigger, I'm like, fucking, all that is fucking
I want to
bullshit.
move into the room with the Oh,
We're not in turn initiatives anymore, so you can kind of do what you want.
is it dead yet?
As you enter into that room, you notice that there is a completely alive goblin crying in the corner.
I would like to speak to it in Infernal.
You may.
No,
I
mate,
say-
not.
What would you like to say to it, Nick?
Let him talk. You can kill it later.
I will say to it, I can smell your piss. It reeks of fear.
Although unable to understand Infernal because it cannot speak Infernal, the sheer act of these four cunts, who have brutally murdered every goblin they've ever known.
Dragonborn, a demon, and fucking Homelander.
You know what? At this point, it stops crying. It starts making an almost wheezing noise, like it is no longer capable of fully expressing that emotion. The entire situation is overwhelming to it, to the point that its tear ducts are almost drying up. How does the party continue?
With Sacred Flame.
Frustrated with the noise, the wheezing, Garum just ends its misery as this being of existence ceases too.
I would like to look corpses, or I did see a thing that looked like a spear rack in this room over here. I want to find a spear. If there is one on a corpse or over there,
have one
I'm
spear.
looking for a spear. No,
We
no,
have
I want to pick one off of the corpse. Like deliberately, I'm looking for one on a corpse or in a room.
Okay.
I will quickly run out here and stab this body here with one of the spears. Like just plant it inside it, and then I'll move along, whistling casually, like happened.
How do you know that he's looking for a spear,
Yeah, I didn't
though?
say that, but sure.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, I am going to find a spear.
No, I'm just kind of sifting through the corpses. I guess this can also be a loot action, I guess. I'm just like picking their pockets for loose gold if there are any, that kind of thing, but I'm specifically looking for a spear.
Oh, wait, look at this. Look what's in here.
I know, I pointed that out. I saw that. It might be one there.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll step into here and have a look around. What's this room?
Okay. And Callison, Shrock, what's your movements?
Yeah, I guess just moving down the hall. I mean,
Spear.
Yes.
I'll leave it to the paladin to loot all the corpses. He seems to enjoy doing that.
No, I'm not like. Okay, sure.
I mean,
And then Shrock. Okay. Unfortunately, Shrock has passed away.
Oh no.
So,
Rip.
Shrock, is there anything you would like to do?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand here.
Perfect. So, between let me start with Leon. Leon, as you kind of go through the various tables there looking for your javelins, you're able to see smatterings of arrows, short swords, and scimitars, like the goblet taking swings earlier had, but most of them seem to be rusted and fouled. Garum, can you give me I'd say investigation check? Kind of search through this space for things worth looking for. Amazing. So, Leon, in that southeastern space, as you kind of look through the area, outside of the passageway that seems to connect to that rift from earlier, it otherwise seems to not provide any further context for the situation. Like there doesn't appear to be any thing of note, but it doesn't even seem to be in use.
Doesn't? Sorry?
It's not in use. There is nothing in the room.
Nothing.
It's not necessarily cleaned regularly. It just, there's no boxes. It's just a layer of dust in a room.
So did you find? Sorry, did you say I found a spear in bad repair, like a rusted spear?
No.
You didn't
No,
say
There
that.
is
roll.
2 scimitars, a
Uh-huh.
couple of short bows, and a bunch of arrows.
Damn, no spears, huh?
Why is it not good enough for me to give you one of my 2 spears?
No, I haven't. I was looking for one first, pretty convinced I'd find one in here, but all right, sure. I'll ask you, Garam. You have a spare spear?
Yeah, and I'll give you 2 of them.
Just the one. That's fine. This is fine. Just I'll take the one from him, and thank you. And then I'll walk over to the orc, and I'll go to the orc and say, "Hey, orc, speak common." And I'd like slowly say that, like I'm talking to a simpleton. Just you speak common.
Yes.
Okay, good. And I hold out, like I'll hold out the spear, and I'll take his hand, and I'll try to put the spear in his hand. Okay, take. Pointy bit, go in enemy. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I point at the sharp bit, and then I point at the goblin corpses, and I go, and I mime like a stabbing motion. I go, yeah, good.
I accidentally stabbed Jardo.
Can sure try. So how do you do that? Because I've handed it to you kind of like with the spear point facing at the roof. Do you like try and mime a stabbing motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me just.
I will allow it if you want to roll an attack. I'm not going to automatically make it fail.
Let me just add a spear to my inventory.
Sure.
And we'll never see it again.
If you want to roll for an attack on me, I'm going to allow it.
Can he even use spears?
He can. We've established this. He can use basic weapons, of which a spear is one. It does not meet my DC, so it does AC. So it does not do any damage to me. So he like waves it around or like mimes stabbing, and it kind of just like glances off of my armor, and I'm like, no, not like that. Like, and then I try to show him how to properly like stab something with a spear, just kind of like guide his hand.
Spear useless. No
You can
damage.
roll. Were you calling me useless?
No, spear is useless. Didn't deal any damage.
No. Practice. It's good. Trust me. It's very good. Yes.
So while he's being condescending to the orc,
Very much so.
can I suss out what the fuck this rat is?
So I did ask whether you wanted to roll an investigation check for the northeast room, and to which you were not at your computer.
Me?
We can skip across that if you prefer and go for this south
Sorry,
central.
no, I didn't hear you talking about the northeast room. I thought you were talking to Leon.
Oh, that might have been confusing because I addressed you by name.
Which
Yeah.
roll did you want?
Investigation, because you're looking for anything of interest, as
17.
opposed to Leon, who was looking for javelins or
No.
spears.
I looked up and I saw Jordo not rolling, and I was like, huh, rude.
Oh God, what have I got myself into?
Yeah, mate. I'm sorry.
If only someone had warned me about trying to run D&D with specky cunts. Looking through, you find things of various intent. You obviously find the things that are obvious to find around the short bows, the scimitars, the arrows, and that are being used as like, tables for storage. But you're able to find what looks to be a crystal vial attached to a necklace.
Ooh.
It looks to be quite well made, so it's not like normal glass. It's like a proper crystally forged item.
Right. So it's on like a pendant.
Yeah. The vial itself, I would consider the pendant of the necklace.
Crystal. I'm calling it a crystal vial pendant thing. And what is in the vial?
Looking at the vial itself, and you can kind of get a much better view if you take the little cap off of it. You can kind of see that it's filled with a sort of grey ash.
Oh. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what that is, but I'll suss it out later.
Mhm.
Maybe snort a little bit.
Fair enough. Is anyone else trying to do something?
Checking out the vat. Is there any unbroken fruits or anything around, and can I tell what kind of, I guess, what kind of fruit or food it was they were fucking about with in here? Or the nature of the fruit, I suppose, not a, specific.
So I would say for the contents of this, I would say nature makes the most sense as a check. So if I try and work out where my mouse is so that I can examine the chat window to see that roll. On a 7. There is definitely fruit in there. Various berries that are easily identified and a few that not necessarily are, but it's not just like that very thin liquid that you'll get from fruits. There's something that is adding an incredibly heavy viscosity to what is coming out.
Mhm.
There is something in there that looks less fruity and more meaty to whatever they have been bashing with their clubs to try and build out whatever liquid is coming from them. And you can see that there is a vial next to a, what do you call a thing that allows liquid to come out of these
Yeah,
barrels?
like a tap kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or-
You can see a tap that is slowly dripping into a small vial similar to the potions that you guys have received previously, but this is purple, like a very deep purple.
Are there any actual completed vials around?
There's a few empty vials around, but
Mm.
this is the only one that is mostly
Cool.
filled.
Cool. Is it possible to take that?
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah, I take that one and just leave the room.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone else wanting to do anything?
Yeah, so I want to check out what the fuck is up with his rat.
As you kind of try and come suddenly opening that door, initially you struggle a bit because the door won't open outwards from your position. And it's not until you kind of get your fingers in to pull the door inwards to the room you were in that you're able to move the door. As the skeleton continues to make sure that the door does not open inwards towards that hallway.
Okay, fair enough. I'll tell the skeleton to stand in the here. I tell the skeleton to stand specifically here until I tell it otherwise.
Get it to follow you again.
Okay.
I will.
So before you do that, I just want to make sure with Kelson, is the concentration on your bonfire still up?
Oh, well, no,
Hmm.
sorry.
Okay.
It's one of those things that
punish
I
groups for less than this. I just want
okay.
to.
It kind of feels like one of those things that's just like after every combat, it's like, okay, pick up my spear, I go drop the fucking bonfire.
If you are explicitly telling me that all concentration is dropped at the end of each combat encounter, I'm happy for you to say that.
Sure. All right, then.
Nope. I unsay that if he
Okay.
says that. God knows.
Yeah. All right. And if I want to keep it explicitly keep something going after combat, then I will let you know.
Ooh.
Amazing.
We've
So,
got per person rules.
Garam, you come into this central southern chamber. You can see that within their space here, there is a rat that is pegged out across this board, and there's some carvings into the wood in which it's pegged against, and it's not so much, say, a runic carving as much as it is an incredibly practical one. The blood seems to be being drained from this rat into a bucket at the foot of this platform, and
Oh.
Dinner.
the
No.
rat itself, like you've seen wounds before, and you've seen wounds fester before, but this is something a level above it. The wounds aren't like that kind of reddish blackish thing you see when you see a wound turn bad. This is not only are there maggots in this wound, there is almost mushrooms growing out of the wounds of this rat that is barely being kept alive through some ungodly means.
Well, I'll take a dagger and I'll stab it under the chin and right through the brain to kill it.
Yep.
And then I'll move up over and then down into this room here.
Mhm.
Does it look like the contents of the rat bucket have made their way into the vat?
God.
Are they making
You're
some kind
proficient
of
with a brewer's kit.
let's see.
I would suspect not, unless you were able to quickly say yes.
No.
Point, I would say make a wisdom roll.
Oh,
Yeah, nah, man.
You don't see that, like, the rat was in the other room. You're not really sure how it could get to this room. Like, it was securely pinned to that board. It wasn't getting across here. There's no way the rat contents could be in this.
Uh-huh. All right.
I just love how stupid it is. Your character, for a moment, is a fucking complete retard. Doesn't matter how many points you've got in wisdom, you're an idiot.
yeah. Sometimes you can make mistakes, right? It's just kind of like before. Some idiot thought the word ability was the word agility. Fucking.
And so this is one of the things that is very interesting between Pathfinder and D&D is D&D has a lot more randomness because the modifiers to your rolls is much smaller in most cases. But also this is about, a group storytelling session, is that normally Garam would be very clear about understanding this gap, and it's why Garam instinctually wanted to understand whether this could have happened, but then because of this, it then becomes part of the story that's being told that absolutely no way to connect the fucking gaps.
So I'll reach into the bucket and I'll pull out a lump of what is basically I think I heard someone say fruit.
Yep.
Yeah.
There is definitely something that resembles fruit in there.
I'll pick out a big bit of something that resembles fruit and I'll go back to the rat bucket and I'll look at them next to each other and I'll go, of course not, silly.
Mhm.
And then I will move on.
I would like to follow up on the spear lesson with the orc. I would like to use a single point of lay on hands on the orc, and I'd like to just kind of hold like a one. I noticed he got hit by a club quite badly in the hallway earlier, and I just kind of want to hold the bruise of that with a single point of lay on hands, and then look at him and say, "It's okay. You can trust me. I'll take care of you, orc. It's okay."
You realize you've heard him speak before, right?
Hey, I know what I've heard. I know what I've seen. It's okay.
Okay.
I know it. Trust me. I know what I'm doing.
I would also like to highlight that Leon still hasn't learnt that kobolds are able to speak common without any problem. Like, this is one of their primary languages. But he continues to speak to kobolds as lesser beings by a substantial degree.
Are you picking up on a theme, perhaps here? I'm doing this very deliberately, guys.
I know. It's still just like, to me, it's even funnier when you point out that this is bullshit.
Shruck, how do you react? I've used Lay on Hands on you, so you get to heal 1 point of damage. That is the ability. I've chosen to use a single point of my ability, so you get to heal 1 point of damage, and I've done so kind of touching your bruise to kind of ease its pain, and I've looked at you and said, it's okay, Orc, you can trust me.
I'm gonna ask, is that it?
I'll narrow my eyes at him a bit and go, hang on a second. I keep the Lay on Hands going, and I give him another point. So that is 2 total points of Lay on Hands now that I'm giving you.
Come on.
And I let go of my hand, and I look at him and go, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna use my healing word on myself.
Burn that spell slot. Let's see how you go.
Oh no. I'm
In
really
the face of this condescending paladin, describe how you heal yourself.
Firstly, I'm just gonna say, now that's how you heal. And I feel rejuvenated.
You can heal, huh? Be good to know that earlier.
Uh-huh.
Well, why do you refuse to stab enemies that are trying to kill us?
I just like to mock them.
Yes, I've noticed. You sure do like to stand there and speak while the rest of us fight for our lives. Might I suggest you learn how to use a weapon so that you are of some use to us, Orc?
That is my way of life.
It'll be your way of death if
I
you
use
fight
my
an
mouth.
enemy without our help.
Be it through fighting or through a business, I use my mouth.
Oh.
Oh.
Alright, I'll walk off in a huff because the orc kind of, I didn't get my way. The orc didn't kind of refused to use the spear and kind of do what I'm telling him. So I'll walk off in a huff, kind of out back the door that we came. Kind of done with this room.
There is another way forward, by the way. There's a door up here.
Oh shit! I literally did not see that at all. So good point.
Same.
We're not even going to backtrack that. You're just going to have to huff the other way.
And then we have to go find him and get him. And
I walk out and have a cigarette out here.
yeah,
fucking orc, fucking tiefling, fucking group, man.
I was so tempted to give my skeleton a spear and go shrug like this, stab the paladin.
You could have. I would have allowed it, but yeah. This is how it quickly descends into like the paladin is fucking done with your shit kind of.
obviously we haven't had a real challenge for like 2 hours because well, no one taking
Thank you, John. Thank you for saying that. Well, I'll get the character sheets out now when fucking Tiamat's in the next room.
The real challenge is the friends we make along the way.
I'll give you guys like an action, and then I'll come follow as like I've cooled down a bit.
I want to wrap up the evening, by the way.
What?
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 Was
What?
I not? Was I? Did Did I stutter?
Yes.
Oh.
What?
Terrific. What is the party doing?
Mom.
I guess we will move into the next area. I'll tell the skeleton to follow 15 feet behind me. And I will stand at the door and I will do a listen.
Give me a perception.
11.
11.
Dead silence.
All right. Yes, 11 because of my passive. Dead silence? All right. Perfect. I open the door. Oh. Where did he come from?
Behind the door from all the noise that was being made in this area earlier. Might I ask whether a 13 hits as your perception of 11 did not beat its stealth of 15?
Fucking bugbears. No, 13 does not hit.
Okay, so you've also avoided...
Yes.
As you open the door and a sickle flies straight at you out of the door.
That would be a narrow fucking miss.
Oh, God.
As a bugbear with a sickle was waiting on the other side of the door.
Jesus fucking Christ. All
At
right.
which point, I would ask everyone to press the button that is for initiative. It has been so long since we last rolled for initiative. Let's see if Guiding Bolt ends this combat immediately like the last one.
How did you know?
Karen, would you like to cast Guiding Bolt?
Yes, I would. So because we're basically directly adjacent from one another through the door, and yes, Leon's out there having a fucking victory cigarette.
I'm just trying to figure out 60 feet, mate. So I think I can get in like here-ish, according to the ruler.
According to the way crows fly, which...
It'll be about here, the doorway. Sure.
Oh, you can get to here. Maybe here if you.
Yeah,
It's-
the
it's
other
fine.
side of the door.
Yeah, that's fine. No worries.
Garam?
Do I have any penalties for hiding from one another? Cover. I wouldn't think so, but maybe. Depends on.
Looking at your view, no. Nor its view. It's less than half cover, so there's no cover.
Lovely. All right. Roll high. Did not roll high.
The first failed Guiding Bolt of the campaign comes in strong. For the first time, we haven't seen a one shot from Guiding Bolt. Not only that, we've seen a miss from Guiding Bolt. As a DM, I am pleased.
All right. I'm gonna risk the biscuit, and I'm gonna. Oh no! Where are those coming from?
Trying
Oh,
To click the show spell description link on the tooltip to see what Guiding Bolt says.
Uh-oh. I see. Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
why.
I'm gonna risk an opportunity attack, and I'm gonna move back into this corner.
Oh,
Does the 19 hit?
Yes.
Would you please mark off the 9 hit points you took as damage?
Yes. Done.
Are you okay? Let's go.
As the sickle finds purchase on the second swing.
Well, what was I gonna do? Not.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. Up to you. That's your
First
character.
try to blow him the fuck up. That didn't work, so get the shit out of the way. Because if I don't know if they do, but if they've got 2 attacks, I'm just dead.
True. Are you moving your skeleton up to tank it, or?
No.
Callison, you're up.
Cool. I try to frostbite it.
Mm-hmm. Ineffective.
Oh, that counts as it. Okay.
Just making the spell save DC.
Yeah, like
You see the
sorry.
like particles kind of frosted up, but it shakes it off.
Yeah, as that didn't really connect, and knowing that it's going to have still full advantage, well, not advantage, but still going to have not disadvantage. It's very awkward to think about. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to tank it, so I'm going to
Oh, don't you dare.
back out into the hallway. And that's my turn.
Mm-hmm. Onto the bugbear. Following up Garum.
AC 15.
Are you ready?
No.
Crit you insta die.
All right, I'm down.
Unhappy with the man's who opened the door. Slashes him, sending him to the ground. Nick, can you just confirm with Nightcaller what happens with your animated skeleton when we move on?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Perfect. Shrock, you're up.
Is attacks of opportunity affected by advantage, disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna mock this bugbear.
Fair enough. Okay, DC 13. Even though it's had a recent success in life, having knocked down this tiefling who has done the disrespect of opening a door, it is really hurt. Truly hurt by what's happened here. As the pleasure of watching a tiefling fall has turned to this sadness, like it hasn't given it as much satisfaction as it had hoped. Anything else you'd like to do?
Nope.
Leon, you're up.
All right, Scott, I've got an answer for you. The spell is instantaneous, not concentration. So the undead creature will continue to exist. It will still follow the last command I gave it to the best of its ability until 24 hours is up, but it will attack back at anything that attacks it. It'll defend itself, basically.
Okay. So right now it's following your lifeless corpse, and that was the last thing it gave, and then it will defend itself after.
Yes,
To be clear, he's only knocked out, not actually dead, right?
correct.
Yeah. He's doing his death save throw cycle, but he's on the ground bleeding out.
Yeah, cool. So for my turn, I would have obviously heard the sounds of the combat and the sounds of the fucking tiefling being packed up. So I'm doing a full sprint, double action move. Bloop, 60 feet of movement all the way down. So
You can obviously see Garum on the floor, bleeding. The skeleton standing there, obeying Garum's command. Bugbear in the center of the room. Blood on its... Is it a club? Or
glaive.
Like a
glaive?
spear. I mean,
And
sure you know.
then an almost deflated look as Shrock has been mocking it. Outside of that, that's what you see.
I've used my action to double move, so that's all she wrote, I guess.
You still have a bonus action, so you can add an extra smite to the next round of bonk.
I don't have any smites attuned because I'm just going to use a regular smite if I ever smite, so I don't need to. Yeah,
Sure.
that's all she wrote.
Garum, you're up.
Okay. Positive death save.
Definitely positive. Callison.
1 second, just need to find my character sheet. Accidentally refreshed. Okay. Seeing as it got mocked, and knowing that it kind of seems to affect combat abilities, I see no reason to frostbite it. Instead, just throw a javelin at it, and less like having two characters in the way impedes throwing weapons. In which case, I will not.
I would say you're fine.
Okay. Well, that's not the same as before.
Although you're fine to throw it, I don't think you're necessarily fine to hit it.
No.
As
And
your javelin is unable to find any purchase on Leon, the skeleton, or the bugbear. As you try and weave that line. Anything else you'd like to do?
Nope, that's all.
All right. Next up, kind of looking around at the next threat, it's seen this javelin come in and a pile of bodies prepare itself to its south. So it's going to try and break through the line that is this skeleton.
What? 15? What the fuck?
Night skeleton.
Very much goodbying skeleton. As the 13 HP of the skeleton
Wait.
is wiped out in a single strike.
Isn't it on disadvantage?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, true.
Very, very true. The skeleton would normally have an AC of 15, but it was 17 because of the shield we equipped earlier on it. And the 10 does not find purchase, preventing the damage through to the skeleton itself.
Hooray!
Bring the skeleton back to its normal 13 HP as the bugbear is frustrated that it can't break through the AC of the skeleton. Next up, Shrock.
Gonna heal Garum.
Ooh. 4 hit points. Thank you.
Enough to stabilize you.
And wake me up.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, thank you. Get fucking mocked.
Oh no.
As effective as the healing was, the mocking itself was ineffective. Unable to pierce through the psychological barriers that you previously had overcome.
And my
Anything
turn.
else? Perfect. Leon?
Yep, I'm going to step past the skeleton, careful not to touch it, if possible.
Mhm.
Cool. And then sidle past, and then try and get behind it. And you're probably not going to give me any flanking advantage, but that's okay. And then I'm just going to try and so I'm going to try and greatsword attack it. Do I need to declare a smite before I roll for attack?
I don't remember. You tell me.
I can hit the button.
No, you
Where
don't.
is it?
Smite is one of the. It's a weird thing in the game where it doesn't actually.
When you hit.
Okay, cool. So I roll for an attack. Okay.
Nice.
And I would like to smite. I assume I have to
Yep.
declare that before you tell me how effective the damage was or was not. So here comes my smite. Okay.
14 points of damage. 8 slashing, 6 radiant. Rock this bugbear. Although it seems hurt by it, it does not necessarily seem to have broken its spirits.
That's all she wrote.
Looks beaten, but it doesn't look like it's far from. Scarum, you're up.
Bonus action to command my undead minion. Kill the bugbear.
Mm-hmm.
And I will cast a spell, magic missile. And I think I have to hit this 3 times. 2, 3, 12. Yeah, 12 force damage from magic missile. And no damage from the skeleton. I assume 12 AC misses.
Yep. 12
Yeah.
AC definitely misses. However, the 12 points of damage is just enough. Just to bring this bugbear to its knees. To drain the last of its life force. As it almost looks like it can stand back up, but as it tries to, it just falls over, laying on the ground, flat on its face.
Because I'm already down on the ground, I'll see if I can shimmy myself close to its head, and I'll say in common, that skeleton was your brother. I'm just hoping to get one last bit of horror in before it dies.
You can see the moment the bugbear being proficient in common takes that understanding forward into its grave.
Jesus Christ. Ow.
I assume combat's over, so
Mhm.
I walk over the bugbear and walk over to the tiefling and help him up, offer him my hand so he can get up.
I accept your hand, and I allow myself to be pulled up. I even help.
And as he grabs my hand, I'll use lay on hands for 7 points of healing.
Oh, it's classy. The clasp heal.
Mm-hmm. As he gets up, I pat him on the back and be like, "You all right?"
Bloody hell, that was quite the surprise. And I'll get a shiver down my spine, and I'll tell my skeleton, follow me 15 feet, and it'll move away.
Okay.
Do you want to do the honors? Point at the corpse and then look at the paladin?
What? I don't get it.
Loot,
Are we?
loot the fuck? Loot the? Are you going to loot the thing?
Oh, I thought we were going to teach Shrock to stab the corpse with a spear,
You could do that.
like this. Oh, don't venture too far off. There's bugbears.
He's just hiding.
Shrock's just like, fuck this. I'm going back to my swamp. Yeah, I'll rifle through the bugbear's shit and see if I can find any. Oops, I seem to have marked myself as dead. Where's the thing? There it is. If I can find anything.
Chuck us some investigations.
With an S?
Oh, there's one from me. If anyone else would like to do one.
As you kind of rifle through, you find within the prison pocket of this
Who's looking up there?
now identified as female bugbear, you're able to find a potion of healing. Similar to the potion of healings being consumed before.
It's warm.
Otherwise, the only items that she appears to be carrying is the glaive at which had tried to strike down your Skelly and had successfully struck down you, and a shield.
All right. Oh, we seem to be fine for various items, but can any of us actually use the glaive?
I can. I'm proficient with martial weapons.
Do glaives have reach?
No, but bugbear sure do.
Right. Oh, so okay, he didn't even have to be standing next to me to do that. Jesus Christ.
Mhm. One of the interactions with bugbears that hasn't been seen here is their surprisingly long arm.
Neat. All right. So we found that potion and then just some other sounds like stuff.
Yeah, it was a potion and a glaive that she was carrying that
Yeah. Well, look,
was
Leah
inside you temporarily. Like, let's be fair. You were able to find the potion inside of her, and she was able to find her glaive inside of you.
All right. Well, look, I'll take the glaive and I'll put it in the bag of holding. So at the moment, there are only two things in the bag of holding.
Hold on a minute. I might
glaive
want
does
that.
have
All
glaive
right.
does have
all right.
reach. Maybe that glaive doesn't. But just a normal glaive has reach as an attribute.
I'm just going to quickly grab some water and then some whiskey.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll grab some food while he does that. Just 2 minutes.
I'm still here if anyone wants to do anything.
Same.
Well, I was looking up because I want to know the damage.
Mhm.
I can't find the sickle bladed glaive.
So, Heavy means that. Actually, I forget what heavy means. Reach means that it has a 10-foot range instead of 5-foot range. Two-handed means that you are unable to attack with only one hand.
Yeah. So I can't I can't use heavy weapons or martial weapons, or I don't think I can. Either way, so like two-handed weapons are kind of a bit awkward to use as a spellcaster,
Mhm.
aren't they? Yeah.
Yep. Unless you've got a way of, like, unless you want to kind of, like, let's say, give up being able to hold a component pouch or an arcane focus, or have a way of interacting with spellcasting without holding something.
So do cantrips need a focus?
So,
depends
focus is used to fulfill the material components of a spell. So, when you look at a spell, you'll see the VSM components. So, V means verbal, where you have to speak at an above audible range. It's not necessarily shouting, but it's more so in a very commanding tone. Semantic means the finger movements of the spell. And material is the actual thing you need to cast it. An arcane focus or a component pouch can be substituted for the material components that do not have a cost associated with them.
Okay, that's the part I forget. Yeah.
Yeah. It is
I'm back.
additional things that needs to be known, but also once you kind of understand them and just bring it into the way you build your character, that's fine.
So with the ones that like semantics that need like finger movement, would it be plausible to have a two-handed weapon and just hold the weapon with one hand and cast with the other, or
Assuming you don't try and attack with that weapon in the same turn. So you can hold a weapon in one hand, but you can't effectively attack with a two-handed weapon with one hand.
Sure.
That,
Okay. But if I'm casting a spell, I'm not attacking on the same turn anyway, so
then there's no problem for me. But if you're trying to attack with a two-handed weapon and use an arcane focus, a component pouch, or a semantic component of a spell, those don't line up for me.
Oops. Wrong button. Right, so I could cast Entangle without holding onto a focus then.
Correct, because you...
Okay.
Yep. So say your arcane focus or your component pouch or whatever you're using was taken away from you. You don't need to get it back before you can use spells that only have verbal or semantic or both components.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So I noticed that the bugbear was rolling 2d10 for its sickle-bladed glaive, but now John has posted a glaive that only does 1d10.
Bugbear magic.
Yeah, I couldn't find a sickle-bladed glaive in the info thing, compendium.
It's fine if it's not just the weapon, like the bugbear fucking swings it twice as hard as any of us, so whatever, I'm just checking.
It's more so bugbear fuckery. So the glaive being a glaive would normally have a certain style of blade to it. However, instead of being the normal glaive in which a glaive is, it has this sickle head to it. It's not something that the average individual is able to master because it's not a martial weapon. It's not a simple weapon. It's a specialized for the situation weapon.
Okay, sure.
All right. I think everyone's back, as I heard half a noise from Nick as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Terrific. What would the party like to do from here?
Do you need to rest, Tiefling?
No. With your healing, I am at most of my strength.
Right. Let's press on then. I'm sure that this is not the last fight we'll have.
I collect my javelin and make a move to join the orc.
I step on John's bonfire that he forgot to spell. Go, ah, fuck! Just joking.
I didn't make one that combat.
Mm.
You did make one that combat. I had asked earlier whether you maintained it. Remember, because
The goblin. It was south with the rat room, yeah.
yeah, no, not the rat room. You put one here.
Yeah. With the room with the dead rat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
That was the
I was
earlier combat.
mistaking rat room for the room that there was
Sorry.
live rats in, not dead rats in.
Yeah, sorry.
Speaking of rats, how would the party like to proceed?
Forward. And also, I just have a quick bit of clarification. It took me a while to find it because they put it in a dumb, stupid spot. Specifically for paladins and clerics, their spellcasting focus is called a holy symbol. And the wording says, to use the holy symbol in this way of casting spells, the caster must hold it in hand, wear it visibly, or bear it on a shield. So,
Okay. So I just want to highlight that I had explicitly read out about an hour ago.
He did do that.
Oh, I didn't hear it. Cool.
Perfect.
And I suggested, is it okay if I just wear it on my neck as...
And in retort to that, I said, as long as you do not make an attack with a two-handed weapon in the same turn that you bear that holy symbol, it is fine.
And then I said I have no spells that use the holy symbol that are bonus action anyway, so it's irrelevant. But Nick makes a fair point, but it's irrelevant, really. We can move on.
It is commonly in a way in which the paladin is forced into using a sword and board as opposed to a greatsword, but it is clear from the interactions that Leon is focused on using a greatsword and is building his character around it. I know that's fine.
Okay.
Mechanics are sorted out. All right, so 8 hours into the session, we've managed to go through 4 rooms. How would the party like to proceed?
I rolled perception for the door.
Okay. Looking over the door, listening through the door. You're unable to really tell that there is anything menacing or active on the other side of this wall. However, you are able to ascertain that the door is a door.
Yeah, just seeing what happened the last time someone opened the door, I'm going to shift into spider form and try and make my way under the door. Or
Spider-Man.
Okay. Coming through to this additional space, you can kind of see that fungus continue to hang from ceilings and walls, growing in various clumps. The light illuminates portions of grand carvings on the stone walls that are covered on by even more fungus. The carvings depict various dragons raining down fire upon terrified people. Within the halls itself, you can see, however, that soil and compost are being built up, similar to that in the room that you had first entered via the vines. A bench containing simple gardening implements stands along that western wall that you can see down there to your south.
I'm going to check this immediate door to the north.
Looking through, you can see that the room is structured in a relatively similar way. There is another bench up to your northeast that has similar but not exactly the same gardening tools, as well as another wheelbarrow.
And I will try the north one again. Unless
Ooh,
the others
okay,
are
let me
trying to do anything.
scroll. Luminescent mist blurs the edges of this octagonal chamber. Nodules of glowing fungus dot the stone walls and ceiling, as well as the caps of toadstools, mushrooms, puffballs, lichen. The humid air reeks with rot.
Oh, alright, I'm going to skitter my way back to the party.
Yep, let me.
And as soon as they're still there, switch back to normal form
Perfect.
and open the door.
All right. Let me finish pouring my bottle of whiskey, and then I am
Yeah, sure.
more than happy to remove that door.
So guys, I see there's kind of a big open hallways, but there's many options of where to go. Would be happy to scout more, but I felt like I needed to let you guys know what was happening and make a plan of where we should go.
We know the direct other side of this door is moderately safe, unless there are
There might be.
bugbears.
There may be traps, but I haven't seen any. Yeah, I haven't seen any more bugbears. I'm not sure if they stealth.
Do we know that the bugbears are bugbears? We're certainly referring to them by the word bugbear a lot.
Okay, yeah, sorry. True.
The
The fairy.
sneaky big fox.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if somebody rolled a
Sorry. Yeah.
history check or survival check or something, and we know what the fuck they are, other than just kind of big furry stabby thing.
Nope, good point. My bad.
Right. Do you want us to roll a roll on bugbearage?
If you would like to try and identify whether bugbears so I would kind of ask, are you trying to identify whether bugbears are currently active or like
The
whether
As we know about them.
Has anyone seen one before? Do we
It-
know
you-
how they work?
are you trying to bring up historical records of the understanding of what bugbears are and who like
We're just trying to recognize what this creature is, because we're just
Like
calling
the
okay,
evil-
so to recognize and derive information about the creature itself, I would need a nature check.
Anyone proficient in nature?
Sure I am, but sure. Fucking
Rip. Rip.
You are definitely able to differentiate between a bugbear and a hobgoblin by the fur on their skin.
nice.
Outside of that, you aren't able to necessarily ascertain the difference between their behavioral patterns, and you're not necessarily able to fully comprehend why there is such a distinction between the two. You know that there is a distinction between the two, but you're not really sure about why people keep treating them as such different entities, because you really see them as one is smooth skin, one is furry.
All right. Well, yep. I don't know if those fairy rat fuckers know how to stealth, but there isn't any in the hallway.
All right.
And I haven't check for traps.
In this room?
Mhm.
Shall we send the trap detector forward?
I have proficiency on perception. Am I the
The skeleton.
Why would the skeleton have a better perception than?
Oh, it wouldn't.
Oh, I see.
With the traps.
It'll just activate it.
Yeah, I didn't say identifier, detector. Click boom.
Paladin should just
Damn
have
the trap. So are we sending the skeleton forward?
Sure, I'm all for it.
All right.
Skeleton
I
sure is
will-
disposable.
I will tell the skeleton to make its best guess as to where we're going and remain 10 feet in front of me. It might get confused and just like start orbiting me at 10 feet, and that would be hilarious.
It is currently standing next to Leon because it doesn't know any better.
Perfect. That's how I like them. Doing their best, no idea. All right, and I will move into the room. Or just kind of, I'll shimmy into here and hope that my movement will push the skeleton forward so that I can not finish on that square.
Trying to.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yep. Yep. I don't necessarily know what has taken priority over what, because Roll20, if you're a player, will always show your player token above others.
Oh,
But as a DM, there sure is absolutely zero fucking guidance on what is more important to the scenario.
okay. Oh dear. Okay. So
going to open this door.
yeah, I see 2 doors, and presumably nothing here because it kind of doesn't fit. So where do we want to? Which way do we want to go first?
Well, the Spider Man here saw the rooms. He can pick.
Yeah,
Pick a door,
so
send the
this
skeleton.
This one should be fine as well. This room. Can I open this door?
You're saying this one? Which?
This door. And that one I'm next to.
Oh my god! I didn't even see that door. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Slowly pushing open the door. You see the familiar sight from a spider.
Cool.
Oh.
I don't trust the fucking skeleton. Can I roll perception for traps?
The skeleton is to your south, and of
Yeah.
course you can. It is very much 10 feet in front of Garum.
Yeah. I'll make a noise to the skeleton. That way. Someone's typing intensifiers.
I just.
I do apologize. I do have multiple people messaging me in the background. So you look forward and you're not able to really ascertain any additional information from what you're able to observe in the corridor ahead of you. It seems to be laden, such as the previous corridor, with that same sort of compost from the original room you entered. The only really information you're able to glean from this is that given that the previous area where you were able to find all the goblins resting and working, that the refuge and other goods has been transported across that area to this area, and it has been specifically targeted to not include the previous sections where you fought the goblins.
Mhm.
So in this room that we're in, this debris that's around the edge of the room is just like garden waste
Yes.
and mushrooms
So
and stuff.
I understand. Yep.
I wouldn't say garden waste as much as them building up a level of fertilizer-esque material to be able to continue to cultivate the various things that they are trying to build here, whether it be luminescent fungi or the bonsai-esque saplings.
Right, because I'm picturing the first room that we were in, the glowing room, and how a bunch of creatures just kind of rose out of the dirt. And now I'm seeing piles of kind of looser material.
Mhm.
I think instead of searching for traps, we give the skeleton the sickle glaive and just have him make sure nothing's hiding in the piles. Anyone agree with that or not?
Sure. I mean, I don't think we're under a time pressure, so you can spend the skeleton. I'm sure it'll take like 10 minutes for this stupid skeleton to walk past and stab every pile of dirt, but sure.
Well, I don't necessarily think it'll be slow, but yeah, I'll give him the sickle or don't even need that. I'll just give him a spear, and I'll tell him to go around the whole room and look for anything hiding in the.
Hang
in
on.
the-
Hang on a sec, actually.
Oh.
What came out of the ground? When you said things came out of the dirt back there, what specific things came out of the dirt?
2 twig blights and 2 skeletons.
Okay. Can I... This is about middle-ish. Can I use Divine Sense?
Oh,
So, if there are any skeletons hiding in any dirt piles, I should probably be able to smell them. Obviously, I'd be able to smell Garam's skelly cunt, but
because you know their exact location, you can discard that one.
For the most part, that fills the entire room. Helping you metagame slightly, I would say 10 feet south would be the most optimal position, but regardless.
sure.
Looking through or using Divine Sense to kind of look around the various build-ups of, how do I say, compost, fertilizer, within this substantially long corridor. There isn't any evidence necessarily that there is anything absolutely complete within this space. However, there is trace elements around what is being built here, like the foundation thereof to build out these elements.
My God, they're growing a giant skeleton.
Yeah.
It feels like, and to be clear, things like the twig blights that you faced earlier would not classify under this.
Yep.
Only the skeletons familiar would.
Yep.
It feels like they're trying to cultivate those sort of creatures, but there isn't anything complete within the space you are in right now.
Alright. Well, I'd relay that to everyone else by saying I don't feel there's any undead in any of the dirt here, but there may be twig men.
And I do want to also stipulate that directly next to you, it is fucking burning.
Oh yeah, I'm
The
trying.
thing next to you is very clearly undead.
Yeah, I know. Garam's skelly cunt.
Which is honest. It's a good baseline that you can
That's
measure everything
fair.
else from.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because so far you'd be like, I wonder what this feels like.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think the only undead in here is your old mate.
All right. Well, we're going to explore ups.
Yeah.
That works for me.
Just picking doors at random, I feel, and that's fine.
Yeah, so I'll move into the next room. If you could fling my skeleton 10 feet ahead.
I think that we should head up,
Whence-
to the other end of the hallway. Might have more examples of what they're trying to do here, or what's being done here. Like a room with kind of rotting kind of stuff that has been left alone, or
But
it
I
feels
have a
like it's been
cunning
left
plan.
alone. Yeah, so we might find examples of their plan up that way.
One of these rooms is going to have Twigman on, so if you've got any smart ideas about how to handle with that, hey, Dragon King, you can.
Very weak. Just a spell or two kind of seem to bring them down.
What the fuck is that back there?
I am making my own skeleton.
Oh, okay.
That I can move around as I need to.
Sure. Hey,
He's beautiful. You leave him alone.
Dragonkin, I've seen you make fires out of the ground out of nothing before. Does that appeal to you here? You could fuck around with setting some shit on fire.
What is there to set on fire?
Well, I mean, if there's a particular. I'm just kind of reminding you that you can pick a pile of fucking garbage on the ground and set fire to it, and if there's a Twigman in there, it will be absolutely fucked. Obviously, it would take us a long time to go, pile by pile and set it all on fire, but if you get a bad read.
Can I just remind you that will make many smoke? So many.
Oh, yeah. 420 Blazer, hotbox this garden. I'm just saying, for example, if you got a bad read and just, throw it out there. Like, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So if you get a read on like a pile of shit over here and go, you know what? Fuck it. Bonfire it. What's the worst that could happen,
True. I'll keep that in mind.
I mean, another thing is the furry cunts with the sickle axes that have been stalking. You think they're sneaky? Well, you could block a door off behind us by putting a fire in the doorway.
Which would be lovely, but actually the doorways are 2 tiles wide, so I can't actually block off an entire doorway.
Sure, that is necessarily true.
You can put it off center in the middle of some tiles. Like it just takes up a 5-foot space. It doesn't have to align with the grid.
What doesn't it? Oh,
Well,
okay.
It kind of does,
DM.
but given that the bug the way through filters through a single space anyway, it's just a quirk of making a map.
I mean, the DM can have final say on that one.
If you guys want to try and rephrase,
Can I create a bonfire in between 2 or 4 tiles, or does it have to be in the center of a 5x5?
He wants to block a doorway with a bonfire.
I would say yes, you can block a doorway by a bonfire as it covers half of both sides of a 5-foot square. You don't necessarily need to it. It's just centering it is easy for me because instead of trying to solve the problems of running a DM session with time, I've instead thrown money at the problem. I'm more than happy for you to run it in the middle to block a doorway. I don't recall any door specifically in this dungeon that is greater than 5 foot wide. It's only hallways that are greater than 5 foot wide. So any door that you want to block with a bonfire, assume that you can.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right, then I create a bonfire between the hallways.
And now, Mr. Scout Spider, which way are we going?
Up here, up this way.
More ups? All right. Well, stop right there, criminal scum. Can I have my skeleton? Actually, we'll listen, and then we'll have the skeleton open the door and go through and cop the
Cool.
fucking sickle
You've
blade.
created some weird abomination of a skeleton by yourself.
Yes,
and
it's
my
beautiful.
fucking god, does that make my job easier? So please continue.
I thought it might. I did my best with the limited tools I had.
So you're opening the door?
No, we're going to listen
Yeah.
at the door, and then once we've done that, then the skeleton will be the one who cops the fucking bugbear cock.
Who is going to listen at the door?
I can.
Hooray!
I walk to the door.
Do a listen.
Oh fuck! I give up on life.
No, see, I said listen, but you're hearing.
Mhm.
You were close.
I've looked in there. There's nothing. Nothing.
Ah, nice. And well, if there's nothing in there, skeleton, open the door and resume 10 feet in front.
Just a bad smell.
If I'm reading the chat rightly, that was a 5 on perception.
Correct. That was a 5 on perception to listen at the door.
Oh.
There is nothing of concern that you can hear. So the skeleton slowly pushes open the door, reveals nothing of concern.
It's
in the
brain.
room. There is definitely a higher density to this room when it comes to that fungus growth. And unlike previous rooms that you have entered into, there hasn't, not necessarily previous rooms as much as the previous room specifically, there hasn't been that introduction of fertilizer in this situation. So a lot of this plant growth has been quite natural.
I don't trust that room at all.
Hmm.
Right. Well, I'm gonna move on into the room and have a little sticky beak, and then I'm going to leave the room. But
there seems to
that
be a
is
door
going
on your left.
that is going to shove my skeleton into the middle of the room. So he'll be there in the middle, and then I'm gonna move back out. And then I guess we can wait. Does anything exciting happen?
How long are you going to wait for something exciting to happen?
It's already been too long, and I will tell the skeleton to start stabbing into the plant matter looking for creatures.
Okay.
I would
How
love if
long-
he interpreted creatures as like every tiny type of insect. He just goes nuts murdering all the bugs.
I would say that the skeleton isn't the most perceptive of beings.
Yeah, probably not. He doesn't have eyes.
It is able to pick up on larger rodents, but like actual insects are probably a little too small and vague for its comprehension. If
That's
you were
actually
to ask it to just try and clear through the room with the tools it has at hand, it would kind of break apart and destroy in a similar fashion to what we saw the dragon rage in room 2. However, it's not able to make any real progress towards A, clearing out the amount of fungi that is within the room, or B, really mince everything to a fine enough degree to be confident that there is nothing else in this room.
I'll ask Leon if I can borrow that, and I'll point to the sickle, the glaive.
I don't have the glaive.
Oh,
Do
perfect.
I? Do I have the glaive? I don't think you ever gave it to me, but then I did walk away after asking for it, so maybe you did.
You said you didn't want the skeleton to have it, so I assumed you wanted it. But I
Yeah,
still have it.
I was planning to use it. If I have it, I give it to you. Either way, you have it now. It's fine.
Hooray! I'll toss it to the skeleton and say, "Here, use this big sweeping motions. Get it done, mate."
Um,
And twirling. Always twirling.
I appreciate the detail in which you're providing the animation for this. So, although it is not necessarily the conventional use thereof,
God, I can make it spin.
your ability to understand history is also reflective of your ability to teach the knowledge that you. Would you be able to give me a history check to be able to teach the skeleton how to clear a room?
Doors and corners. Do you want that specifically from me or from anyone who?
No, from you. It's your skeleton. You're teaching
Oh,
it
no.
how to clear a room.
I was hoping that the communal nature of
No,
humanity.
give me a history check, Garum. This is yours.
17 with advantage.
So as you roll a 9, you're able to adequately explain how to swing this glaive sickle. But you completely fall short of exactly how to clear a room with that knowledge. As your skeleton is clearing out a space and then fucking mincing the space. As it's more focused on making sure it's got that motion right that you are so focused on that it isn't truly clearing the space in the manner in which you'd expect. And the other thing you kind of realize is it hasn't moved more than 5 feet from where you were teaching it. As it just clears out the space kind of around where it's standing and then starts again and does it again. Then starts again and does it again. And you spend about 10 minutes just trying to impart this knowledge to your skeleton before realizing that knowledge isn't really something you should be trying to impart to a summoned undead skeleton.
Can we hurry this up? Are you particularly fascinated in the purple mushrooms? This isn't something we came here for.
Well, look, I thought there might be more skeletons in here, but yeah, this
Let's just
isn't.
close the door and move this table workbench thing and block it off and move on with
There's
our
another
lives.
room, no, another door in there.
Ah, fuck.
Pardon?
There's another door to the left.
Feel free to move up into the room, Garum, as well as the other members of the board.
Oh, I'm
So
not
I-
going in that fucking room.
Have you stopped the skeleton? Oh no, he's broken apart.
Oh no! How do I fix this? I can't control Z.
Oh no!
There we go. Alright, so he needs to be 10 feet from me because he's disgusting filth. There we go. Anyone else coming in?
No, I'm not going into the fucky purple mushroom room. That shit's fucked.
As purple mushroom fuckery fills the air.
Oh, what have I done? What if I did?
Not much.
Perfect. I'm going to perception at the door.
Give me a roll.
Oh, finally!
Okay.
Shit. There we go.
There isn't necessarily a sound that you can pinpoint. But there is an unease to the way you feel as you listen to this door.
Spoopy.
Uh-huh. Okay. So it's just kind of icky.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll step away from the door, and I will let people know, and the skeleton will overcompensate and try to get in front of me. Hip, hip, hip. I'll let Callison
Tell
know.
him to
Huh?
get the skeleton to open the door when we're ready.
Yeah, I
Man,
will. But I'll let
why?
I'll let Callison and the others know that there is something on the other side of that door, and
Nah, man.
it's wigging me the fuck out.
Why are we opening the door?
Because it's wigging me the fuck out.
The people we were looking for are not in there or on the
How do
other
you
side
know?
of that door.
Well, you know where they are, do you?
I would be much happier if we checked literally every other door in this place before opening that one.
Exactly. So you want to open this door, it's just a matter of when. So we might as well do it while we're here.
That's completely the opposite of what I just said.
You said you wanted to open the door.
No, I would open the door as the last thing I would do down here.
Exactly. The last thing you would do it though. So it's just a matter of when we're going to open it.
I don't like you, Dragonborn.
Please, Needful, do that with the door.
You can open it. You can open it, but I'm not going in there.
Like, can I? How do ready actions work? Can you ready like a spell?
Mr. Skeleton has been told to open the door.
Okay.
And the door freely swings open. If I can find a way of selecting it.
You want me to move my dude? Hooray, I helped. And because he's got his standing orders, he shuffles so he's 10 feet in front of me.
Mhm.
I just realized I can't see what the skeleton can see.
Correct.
So, like, death might be approaching, and the skeleton is just like, "Oh, I'd
Your
better make
skeleton may already be dead, and I'm taking that into consideration.
All right, do you need a minute, or can we shuffle forward and onward? All right, I shuffle forward and onward, and Mr. Skeleton Man is gonna fuck right down there. Oops, I've got a fucking hell. Because the skeleton is made up of like 7 different little things, I have to select all of it. Otherwise, I pull it apart. And I'll call back at a modestly quiet volume. Guys, it seems fine.
My fucking god, I'm looking. Where the fuck are you, Nick?
Under me.
Okay, cool.
He's riding the Dragonborn.
Sorry, no, I didn't like run off into the distance.
So there's a button combination that I can press to see what you see on my screen. Otherwise, I see everything in this game. And I was trying to find your icon to see what you're trying to illustrate to me. My fucking god, could I not find it? Okay.
So I guess we move forward and down. Mr. Skeleton, his whole purpose right now is to explode traps.
Dragon carved granite blocks line this chamber's walls and ceilings. Though many are crumbled and broken, leaving stone debris on the floor. A huge marble slab of a rearing red dragon stands in the carve of the western wall. The eye sockets of the dragon are empty, but a red glow lingers there, providing reddish light throughout the chamber. The radiant casts an inky shadow behind the statue's wide wings. A 5-foot diameter circular tile of dark stone set in the floor in front of the dragon statue. Runes are carved around the circular tile inner's edge.
Huh. Have I marked the right wall? Is that whole thing the mural? The orange marking?
You can see evidence of the mural as you proceed down that hallway. However, The full
Oh.
description that I have provided is reliant on the passage of moving 5, 10, 15, 20 feet forward.
Well, I'll move 15
To
feet forward.
which Callison has already completed.
Feels like the right thing to do, seeing as you're describing the area. It's like,
And I'll move up a little bit. There we go. Oh, exciting. Oh, dear. Okay.
Damn it. All right.
Given the continuous flame that is being provided by Callison, overriding the dark vision that some of the party have, you're able to see fully now that that tile directly in front of the dragon statue is a different coloration than the dragon statue itself. And that coloration matches the dragon statue.
What color is the dragon? Red.
Red.
Right. Given that other traps in this dungeon have been incredibly well hidden, I don't think that's a trap. I think it's like some sort of mechanism for I don't fucking know what.
Can I check for footprints in this room?
You may. Give me a survival check.
Ooh.
Within this space, you're able to ascertain that there is footprints from a small to medium humanoid, and not just the one, but quite a few. It seems that this passageway had quite a bit of travel taken about through somewhat recent consideration. Heading both towards the direction the party has traveled as well as backwards from this direction. You're able to, in addition to this, ascertain that the areas, unlike the previous areas you've just ventured through, are not being maintained for dust and other particulates, as well as what not necessarily is evident, but you would speculate be footprints in the sense of footwear, not in the sense of natural feet.
Things wearing shoes. I'll point that out to the rest so everyone has that information.
What an amazing summary. Scott goes into all this detail about,
Well, I'm not going to repeat what he just said. You all heard it.
all right.
maybe some kind of offering plate.
Maybe.
I would say put the skeleton on it, but
Look, I'll fucking do it.
Yeah.
Are there any dragon words around like there have been upstairs?
Okay. Can you give me an investigation check?
Ooh, I sure can attempt to try. That one. 12.
Okay. You can see that along the dragon statue itself, that there is some clear draconic text on there. However, everything else around it seems to be more on the symbolic side than it does seem to be on the scriptures.
Sure. Well, Callison speaks Draconic, right?
I sure do.
You ought to.
What does the word say?
Don't say it out loud.
No, I look at the words and try to read them.
Yep.
Not out loud.
The scripture reads, "Let the sorceress power illuminate my spirit."
I am also able to read this, given I speak Draconic.
If you can pass a I'm going to say DC 10 perception check. Yes, you notice this at the same time as the rest of the party. You do not notice this at the
What
same
isn't his
time as the
passive
rest of the
wisdom
party.
above?
Kellison, please proceed with your interaction with Garum.
Isn't his passive wisdom higher than 9?
It is, but if
So
I
then
was
how-
going off passive perception, then I would have set the DC higher than I would have off active.
Yeah. So that just makes me one question when
Fine,
it comes
it's
into
fine.
play or not.
I'm more focused on
Yeah, I
other shit. Like I'm wigged out. I fucking hate this. I hate the purple mushrooms.
yeah, sure.
There's
Like,
stealthy
I'm not,
shit. So
not
I'm not
debating that it didn't work. I'm just debating
And
when.
I'd also just like to remind you, Xeon is currently sniffing the footprints.
Yeah.
Did I just call you Xeon?
You did. You did.
Yes.
It's fine.
Because of the Xavier.
Yeah, no, it's all good. That's fine.
Fucking noble.
As
Gavin.
you were. As you were. Did you write down what it was?
So now I've forgotten. It said something about the sorceress's
Amazing.
essence.
Let the sorceress save my soul, I believe, or something similar to that effect.
No,
Sorceress
it is
power.
something sorceress's. Yeah, the sorceress. Something of the sorceress.
No, not sorceress. Sorceress.
Sorceress. Whatever.
I think it was this. May the sorceress power illuminate my soul. Or some shit.
I feel like essence was one of the words. But anyway,
Something to that effect, yes.
I'm really
Cool.
tempted to set the statue on fire. Like, does that not seem like the go?
Well, there's a door right there. Can we check the door first?
Oh, okay.
Like, check it for traps
Thank
and
you.
shit. Like, can we check our corners before we start fucking with the statue?
Yes.
Good.
All right. So
I'll
what's
check
the
the-
sorceress's power? Yeah.
I'll check the door. This is, I guess, my
Is it
prerogative.
troll
So,
or sorceress? Sorceress? Sorceress?
am I allowed to roll a perception for the door? I just want to like
Sure.
listen, check for traps, that kind of thing.
So Leon is fixated on the door, just making sure that he's scouting ahead, making sure that there's no future threat. Doing so, he isn't able to hear anything that appears to be threatening. Looking over the extremities of the door, he's not able to ascertain that there is any trap blocking future passage down this hall.
Wait.
I'll back away from the door.
Ah, okay. Send the trap triggerer.
And Dragonborn, can you put the fire behind us in the purple room, like at the door to the purple room? Like, can you keep the bonfire trapped like behind one room behind us as we move? I'm
You
just
really had
thinking
that room, don't you?
I do, but not just that. I mean, you know, you've said there can be stealth things following us. If we're being stalked by one, putting a bonfire in the way means that at the very least they have to try and jump to clear the bonfire every time, every room they follow us into, right? So
I mean, it only lasts a minute, but yeah, I can certainly create
but
one.
you can keep doing it. You seem to do it quite often, so I'm assuming you can do it as often as you like. So
Yes, it will.
so presumably just keep updating it while you're not concentrating on anything else. You know? Don't you roll your eyes at me.
Something to your job, cleric.
Position heal thyself. John, do you agree to do the fire thing at the door?
Sure, there's a bonfire on the door.
Hooray! Skeleton, open the door.
Leaning and fallen stone bookshelves fill this chamber, and through a clear path connects wooden doors on opposite walls. Torn and burnt pages, bindings, and scrolls form a disorientated piles in various corners of this room.
Alright. Oh god, hang on. Sorry, god damn it. I've got to. I was inside the wall. I've seen things.
It sure is amazing that Roll20 hasn't yet issued a way in which to declare something as never visible.
It's honestly silly. Oh, John, I saw that.
Yeah,
Oh.
I was an accident.
God damn it, John! We're not ready!
Okay, did I correctly see that as a DM, Callison, you stepped on the plate?
Oh my fucking god! I misclicked.
Scott, trigger the thing! Whatever it is!
Oh, I misclicked.
You step on the plate. The
Oh,
plate
Oh
itself
no!
I did not step on the plate. I'm looking
Descends.
on the corner of the fucking tile. I'm not 5 foot thick.
Roll, you've ruined us all.
descends
Baseball, you'd be out.
an inch before there is an audible click.
I didn't step on.
In your panic around the situation,
You're wrong.
you step away quickly.
Yes. Okay. Sure.
And the plate returns, and a second audible click is heard.
Second click. does the second click come from the same place as the first click?
Yes, both clicks come from the plate.
The plate. Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
nothing else.
Okay.
Nothing else happens. Nothing else is coming.
Based on your passive perception, no. I'm going to go take a piss. Enjoy the panic.
It's probably a puzzle. As you've said, it's
Yeah.
the worst laid trap imaginable if it's a
I
trap.
think we need to be holding the power, sorceress's power, whatever that is.
Like a giant fucking
With
red
the troll-
arrow pointing, like, fucking stand here to die. It's probably not a trap.
With the way it was worded, it's not a person. It's not a sorcerer or a sorceress. It was
Let's-
a sorceress.
Let's get Scott to
Oh, is that
clarify
a
on
word?
that.
Oh, okay, a sorceress. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
sure.
let's get Scott to clarify. On
No,
that.
no, he's clarified. It's that's
I think it's like
Did he?
someone saying,
Oh.
let's do some.
yeah.
wisdom
Through Discord, he
checks."
typed it out to me.
Ah. Oh
So
no,
it's not
Adrian's like-
sorceress. Yeah, it's a sorceress, like a magical power, not a
Yeah,
a-
yeah. That's why I wanted to set
not
this
a female
profile.
sorcerer. Yep, cool.
Adrian's going to go because he doesn't love spending 9 hours doing a
Arguing about how to move 2 tiles.
Yeah, but Adrian, how do you feel about the undead? Are they inherently evil? Ah! Adrian, you were sent to bring balance, not destroy us.
Let me
Make a paladin
see.
of him yet.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Adrian. You know it's like 9:30 and it's quite late.
It's okay.
I'm assuming that there is other things occurring in your household, to which has introduced a level of tiredness, or we are actually geographically close, and the fucking thunder and lightning last night has prevented any fucking level of sleep.
No, that's the alcohol.
Oh,
Oh wow, that
Last
kicked
night.
in quick. Oh,
So yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow.
all right.
see you, man. Have a
Good night,
Have a
Adrian.
good one, mate. I'll try and update you the next time we have D&D.
Sure. Thanks. Good luck on your adventures.